Well, good evening. It sounds like y'all are ready because you all got very quiet, so thank you for that. With all board members present, all 9 board members present, we'll call this meeting to order, and we'll begin with our moment of silence and pledge of allegiance led by Ms. Fugit tonight.
Before we begin, I know we're just a little out of order this evening. I needed to speak to 3 folks about public forums, so if I could please see Ms. Kincannon, Mr. Wimmer, and then the young lady that just signed up, Ms. Edens. If you'll just come up to the dais. Yes.
Oh, okay. No. Yeah. No, go. In 5 minutes, just do. Yeah, okay. Well, but Miss, I think Miss Fugit's going to make the motion or move it. It goes to the beginning. Okay, y'all just decide. No, thank you all for coming. Okay, let's begin again, and welcome to our new 2017-18 Board Student Representative, Kinley Koontz. I will be sharing a brief introduction for her in a few minutes, but welcome to your first board meeting, Kinley. Okay, I cannot believe that I'm announcing this already, especially for all the teachers out there, but the first day back to school for teachers is July 31st, and the first day back for students is August the 7th. Our next regular session meeting will take place after July 31st, so I just wanted to go ahead and say welcome back on behalf of the board. Board members, our next policy review meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, July 26th at 1:30 in the mezzanine conference room. I see no elected officials, but we've got a full crowd, so if you're an elected official, will you stand up, please, to be recognized? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. There are a couple of changes to the agenda, board members, to make you aware of. One, we have a request to add an item regarding a partnership agreement with Whitewell Federal Credit Union for a student-run bank at Hardin Valley Academy. HVA had a previous agreement with UT Federal Credit Union, but they had to make some cuts, and the HVA bank was one of those cuts. So this new agreement would allow the bank to move forward at the start of the new school year. And secondly, we discussed in one of the policy review meetings, KCS made a request for a waiver of the average class size for several career and technical education classes for the 2017-18 school year. That waiver has been granted, and in order to proceed, the board will need to approve a one-year suspension of board policy I-200 class size to allow for an increase to the average number of students per class for several courses, and the hard copy list is at your seat. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Ms. Fugit?
Thank you, Ms. Bounds. I was just going to ask that when we get ready to discuss Wednesday night's agenda, that since we have so many people here interested in the IB program, that we move that discussion to right after item B on the Wednesday night agenda.
Okay, seeing no objections, or if there are no objections from the board, then we will move that discussion forward under the Wednesday night meeting discussion. Okay, I see no objections. So, next is the I need a motion. Ms. Roundtree made the motion. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Horn. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. And now to the superintendent's report with Superintendent Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, I have some brief updates since that have taken place since we met last. There's been several administrative appointments that made since our last meeting. I'll briefly kind of go through those for you. Tina Holt is principal of Rocky Hill Elementary. Jessica Holman, principal at Green Magnet Academy. Ina Langston is principal at Fountain City Elementary. Paula Brown is principal at West Haven Elementary. Lynn Jacoman is principal at Inskip Elementary. Kim Harrison is principal at West Hills Elementary. Casey Cutter is principal at Mount Olive Elementary. Joanne Bost is principal at Whittle Springs Middle. Melinda Russell is interim principal at A.L. Lotz. Michael Toth is principal at Bearden Middle. Bill Baldwin is principal at Northwest Middle. Also like to congratulate Mrs. Karen Lattis, a Spanish teacher at Bearden High School, who's named by the Tennessee Department of Education as one of the 9 finalists for the 2017-18 Tennessee Teacher of the Year Award. As finalists, Ms. Lattis will have the opportunity to serve on Education Commissioner Candace McQueen's Teacher Advisory Council for the duration of the 2017-18 school year. This council acts as a working group of expert teachers to provide feedback and inform the work of the department throughout the school year. Ms. Lattis has served Knox County Schools for 8 years as a track and field and cross-country coach, a Spanish teacher, and a health center clinician. We will celebrate the graduation of another cohort of school security officers on Thursday, July 27 at 6:30 p.m. at South Doyle Middle. If you can attend, I would encourage and recommend that you attend this graduation ceremony. As some of you know, on Wednesday, June 28, Representative Harry Brooks announced that after 16 years of service, he would not be seeking re-election for the District 19 seat of the Tennessee General Assembly House of Representatives. He also announced that he would donate more than $66,000 in remaining campaign funds to the Knox County high schools that serve his constituency. Those schools, Gibbs High School, Carter High School, South Doyle High School, and Halls High School. And we'd like to thank Representative Brooks for his generous donation to these schools and continued support for all the schools within our district. And Harry has been a leader among the legislators, and we appreciate his leadership throughout the years. Harry was also a former member of the Board of Education prior to running for the House of Representatives. The Knox County PTA Clothing Center will host an open house from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Friday, July 14. Today was the first day back for assistant principals, so we'd like to also welcome our assistant principals back to work for this coming year. Employee giving kickoff is on Tuesday, August the 1st. We'll be having a new online format for that. So again, August the 1st is the kickoff. The Tennessee Teachers Supply Depot, located inside Cedar Bluff Primary, will host its first opening on Saturday, August 5th from 8 a.m. to noon. Thursday, August 17th is the Partners in Education kickoff breakfast. And Madam Chair, that concludes my report for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Thomas. Are there any questions from the board regarding his report? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the introduction of our board student representative. As we have discussed before, the Student Representative Selection Committee met this past spring to complete the process of taking applications and selecting a new student representative to the board for this school year. After having served on that committee and knowing the strenuous process the candidates go through, I'm proud to introduce Kinley Coons of West High School. Kinley was the junior class president this past year and served as president of both the Serve Knox Ideas Fest and the Fruit Friday Club. She was the vice president of West Programming Club for Code 10 and the historian of the National Spanish Honor Society. She is also a member of the National Art Society, National Honor Society, the Math Honor Society, and Key Club. Kinley also participated in the Science Olympiad for Anatomy and Physiology, which led to a first place finish in the regionals. She did not get to visit with us in our June meetings because she was busy attending the Governor's School of the Humanities, and her extracurricular activities, if she has time to do any, include competitive soccer, ballroom dancing, horseback riding, rock climbing, yoga, reading, hiking, playing piano, and creating art. I know I speak for the entire board when I say that we look forward to the input you will provide this year, and I know the students of KCES will appreciate the representation you bring on their behalf. So welcome to our board, Kinley. So we'll move into the discussion of our July 12th regular agenda. And Mrs. Fugit has asked that the IB be brought to the beginning of that discussion. So, Ms. Roundtree, are we there?
Yes. Are we going to
Oh,
have
I'm
people
sorry.
speak first?
Don't we?
Not at work session. I think Ms. Fugit has her mic on. I think we'll
Ms. Fugit,
let them
what do
speak
you-
after.
I was going to say, I would appreciate before anybody speaks, Dr. Odom putting in context kind of what we're talking about, what's on the agenda, so that perhaps any comments made by public speakers actually are in context of what we're going to be asked to consider as a board.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Odom?
What you're looking at is the annual contract for the middle years program. This happens to be our authorization year. So authorization was just finalized for both schools. As a reminder, MYP is the middle years program. It serves Bearden Middle grades 6, 7, and 8, and West 9th and 10th. So the agreement is not just, it's an annual contract, but it also is talking about this would be the authorization year.
Can you explain, so what is authorization? We have a lot of people
Yes,
in the
okay.
community and new board members who weren't around when
Beautiful.
West High School went through authorization for the IB program and weren't here when we did the vote. Just a little context I would appreciate.
No problem. So I know just enough to be dangerous, but Ms. Seaby is here, and so I'm going to get her to talk very briefly about the authorization process and what that means and what the schools have to do to get that. So you ready, Ms. Seaby? I'll stay there.
Hey, my name is Shannon Seaby, and I am the International Baccalaureate Facilitator for the district. A little bit about what authorization means. It is a 3-year process. In order to be authorized as a world school, you have to go through this authorization process, and there's a lot of checks and balances with the International Baccalaureate Organization. We begin by submitting a form of interest, which basically just tells the IBO that we are interested in becoming a world school, whether it's an MYP, which is middle years, or a diploma program, which is what West is. After that, we then fill out the first application. When we submit that first application, the IB will approve that we are ready for a consultation phase. And at that point, they assign us a consultant, which is part of the application fee. That consultant is paid through that application fee. The consultant talks directly with me, the coordinator, and then actually she spent 3 days in both Bearden Middle School and West for that consultation, and then we get a consultation report that tells us what their findings are, what their suggestions are for improvement as we move toward authorization. And during both of those years, the consultancy year as well as the authorization year, which we just concluded, our hardworking teachers are working diligently to learn what it means to be an IB educator and how different that is, and to make those paradigm shifts in the classroom. And then it culminates with an authorization visit, which we had this past March. And those team members are hired by the IB. They come to us from all over the country, and they spent 3 days in our school talking to our teachers, talking to our students, talking to our administration, and then they finally grant us authorization, which they have. So the contract that we are discussing tonight is they require a signature by the superintendent as well as the chair of the governing body, so that the district understands exactly what it means to have an IB middle years program partnership in the district.
Thank you. Ms. Fugit, would you prefer that the people signed up for public forum go before the board discussion or after?
Probably after.
Okay, okay. So, Ms. Roundtree?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question, I'm not sure who can answer this, about if Gary, did you prepare the fiscal note for this? Was that the accounting department? I don't know who prepared the fiscal note that's attached to this agenda item.
Dr. Odom, did you?
Dr. Odom, did you? I don't know who prepared it. Sorry to put you on the.
Okay, so the fiscal note, I think, came from the Office of Innovation. I think because Weston Bearden sent it to us, and then we put it through the routing.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess my question about this authorization then and then the subsequent fiscal note, particularly tied to Bearden Middle, is that while I think this authorization letter is a set amount, I don't know if that accurately encompasses the total fiscal output for this program at Bearden Middle. So
Okay, so yes, so the
I have
fiscal
some
note is
concern about that.
correct. So the fiscal note directly relates to what is going to be on the board agenda, and that's what was sent in. You're talking about the overall cost of the NYP program, not what's on the agenda today?
yeah, because
Okay.
well, I think part of this authorization letter and statement of acceptance and the continuation of the program, I mean, this would mean that we were continuing the program.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Correct, yes. So that's why I think that maybe it might be more adequate to have at least some more detailed information in the fiscal note. That's just my take on that. I don't know if anybody else has read it that way or looked into the total IB cost specifically, in addition to this specific cost, because I think this agreement, you know, means that we're going to continue to move the program forward for however many number of years. So that was one question. And then my other concern is that typically anytime this board does sign off on a contract, it's something that is signed off on by the law department. And so I just wanted to ask about that as well.
Mr. Dupler?
Does she want me to go through what it costs?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, as far as the law director's office is concerned, I mean, we're not signing off on this particular contract, not because of the content of the program, because frankly, our office does not concern itself with that. I mean, you know, it's touted as a high quality program, but due to the fact that our office is responsible for the legalities in contracts, and this contract, this statement of acceptance refers to a number of documents, one of which is the rules, and the rules talk about that the IB program is subject to Swiss law, and it's subject to such things as arbitration, which our office does not typically sign off on in contracts. Again, this board can decide whether or not it wants to continue with this program, and it's a matter of policy as to whether or not this board wants to. I mean, but the guidance from our office would be it's an all or nothing type of program. You're either all in or you're all out. And if you're all in, then you pay whatever fees are applicable, and you adhere to the curriculum that the IB program provides. And if you don't want to find yourself before a Swiss court. So if you don't, and you decide you don't want to do it, then the other thing I noticed from reviewing the material is that it can be argued either way, but you may be signing on. Let's say that there's sixth graders that are in the program right now, and you decide next year you don't want to do the program. Well, it can be argued pretty readily that you would have to complete the program, at least for those sixth graders that started the program. So that's our position.
Ms. Roundtree, did you have a follow-up? And then I'll move on to Ms. Fugit.
Thank you, Mr. Dupler. I guess I just wanted to get some further clarification regarding the fiscal note at Bearden. Just as Ms. Fugit said earlier, there are folks that are new to the board that were not on the board when this was voted in. And I checked with Mr. Spencer about that. So there are currently 2 additional teachers at Bearden that are for the IB program.
Okay, so no, there are 4 additional teachers at Bearden Middle for foreign language and 2 additional foreign language teachers at West High School and 1 IB facilitator. That's in addition to the allocation that Bearden and West get for the MYP program, which is anywhere between 40 to 50,000. So it is 7 FTs plus the allocation. That's just for MYP. DP is something separate.
Yeah, I'm just speaking about MYP.
Okay, yep,
Yeah.
so 4 for West, 2 foreign language at Bearden, and 1 facilitator.
Yeah, and so that's the question I had for Gary. So really, when you're looking at the fiscal note and some of the questions that were raised by Mr. Dupler, is that, we could potentially be signing on to additionally continuing for this program for however many years, and those additional teachers, which no other school has. And while that wouldn't be a concern to me, given our pretty reasonable transfer policy, my concern now is there are no transfers that are going to be accepted at Bearden Middle. So we have a program that is only serving the students that are zoned for that school. So I think that's just
correct, right? Yes, right now that's correct, that the school is at capacity and not able to accept transfers.
So I think that's just part of a broader conversation that we need to think about having as a board. I'm not aware of, and maybe you know, Dr. Odom, of another school that has a program that's not currently accepting any transfers. I mean, I know STEM is by lottery, obviously, but any other school where there's a program like this, I mean, that's just, when we had our original discussion about this, a lot of the discussion centered around, we're going to be able to benefit throughout the county. And now I don't think that's necessarily the case. We had 50 plus transfers denied last year. I don't know how many the year before. So I don't know. I think it's just something for this board to consider and discuss.
Okay, Ms. Fugit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with you, Ms. Roundtree, that we said it would be open to transfers. Now that we've built 2 brand new middle schools and we will have excess capacity in our middle schools, and we have, as a board, talked about the need to look at middle school rezoning at large, I think that problem can easily be overcome by rezoning. And we've talked about that we are probably going to have to look at our middle school rezoning in totality, because we just did what we had to do for the 2 immediate new middle schools, but we certainly have excess middle school capacity, and we can rezone and make Bearden smaller in order to accept transfers. So I agree with you that while that may not be going on right now, I don't think that... Sorry, Siri, I punched her. My elbow hit her. My Siri's, she's looking up IB, I guess, heard us talking. So I hear your concern. I don't think that is a concern in perpetuity that would make us not want to consider continuing the IB program, because currently today it can't take transfers because we know we have excess capacity in our middle schools and we can fix that. The other thing I would say, I do think we ought to have some conversation about how much the additional MYP program is costing us. But again, we went into this thinking it was going to be a magnet. By the time we had voted on this, I can't remember if we'd voted on Gibbs and Hardin Valley, but we were pretty clear we were going to be building 2 new middle schools. So I understand your concern that you don't want extra resources at a school that only people zoned to that school can use, because none of our other magnet programs are like that. So I think it would be incumbent upon this board to fix it where this is a magnet program, because the IB program at West is a magnet program. I also want to remind folks that IB even came to Knox County because of the parents at West High School. I went on the board of the West High School Foundation in 2006, and at my very first meeting, there was conversation among parents about using foundation funds to explore the International Baccalaureate program. Dr. Lindsay was our superintendent. Celie Reynolds was our principal. Then, as Greg Roach was our principal, we actually gained momentum and got the school to adopt IB. So I just want folks to understand this was sort of a parent-led initiative to want an International Baccalaureate program for our school system. The logical next step is to have the IB program. It is equalizer. People think that IB is elite and only affluent children can do IB work, or that they're the only children interested. The real purpose of the middle years program is to get students ready from 6th grade on. So if they are ready if they want to do an IB certificate or an IB diploma, IB is not scary. It is normal course of business, and it helps with disparities in education because we are exposing all children to that kind of curriculum. So that is a reason I would request that we consider moving forward. In regard to the law director's opinion, in 2011, when West was authorized, we had a different law director who had a different opinion. And there are 12 IB schools in the state of Tennessee who have agreed to live under this IB contract. Doesn't mean it's right or wrong. I'm just saying attorneys can have differences of opinion, and until it goes before a court, it's not a rule. But we have our law director's advice that he would prefer that we not enter into a contract that requires arbitration in a foreign country. But all of us know, if wherever you bank, if you deal with Apple, anybody that has the product you want, they set the terms of where arbitration takes place. So I agree, it is an all or nothing. I intend, surprisingly not, to fully support us going forward with this authorization. I have seen what it has done. My children never benefited from this program. Let me go on record as saying that. I have supported it from the beginning. It did not start in full at West High School until my youngest was too old to participate. But I have seen what it's done for that school and what it's doing for Bearden Middle, and I think we would be remiss to take this away from people who've worked very hard to make it happen.
Okay, I believe next, Mr. Norman, you were going to speak to it.
I just want to ask a few questions, and thank you for all the folks that are here to support the program. Obviously, you're very enthusiastic about it. But I think questions are good. Questions are very good. It can support you because there are people around the county that, would say, well, they're getting it, why can't we get it, all that kind of stuff. So we should question it thoroughly, make sure that we're all comfortable with it, or at least the majority of us are comfortable. I guess, first of all, do we have some IB teachers here? Do we? Could one or two of you come up and take a question or two? Hey. Go ahead, introduce yourself, please.
I'm Bahar Hill. I'm one of the lead teachers at Bearden Middle, and I teach 6th grade social studies.
Okay. Well, your colleagues, come on up.
Hi, I'm Ariel Street, and I teach IB English at West High School.
Hey, Ariel.
And I'm Celeste White, and I teach IB Math.
Ms. White and I were colleagues at West for a while, so we know each other. I guess my first question would be how there's a big investment by the teachers, right? Okay, can somebody speak to that, the kind of, the things that are required of you that probably are a little bit beyond the normal classroom or the type of training, the things you've gone to this summer or past summers, et cetera, et cetera?
All IB teachers are trained by the International Baccalaureate, and when we go to that training, we are trained with teachers from around the world. So not only are we privy to the knowledge from the IB, we're also privy to the knowledge of our colleagues in India and in England and in New York. And when we learn about the assessments and we learn about our curriculum, we're also learning about how to best deliver our curriculum and improve our practice. We maintain those relationships, of course, throughout the school year as we grow our own program and work with our coordinators and our colleagues at our own schools. As far as, our trainings over the summer, I think what distinguishes West High School and now what I know about Bearden is that this program is inspiring to teachers. It lights a fire in us. It's such an exciting opportunity to get to teach, for me, an array of texts that enlightens students and gets them thinking in a variety of ways that will make them more active and thoughtful citizens, that will make them more caring, that will make them take the risks necessary to innovate in our society, both in America and beyond. And I think it drives me when I see unlikely students, students from different socioeconomic backgrounds, students from different cultural backgrounds arguing about Hamlet or arguing about, if it's Shannon Jackson's curriculum, Tolstoy, and having really rich conversations that they would not otherwise have and that me as an educator would have not maybe considered bringing to the table previous to the curriculum designed by the IB. In addition, since the IB nurtures this learner profile, which is designed to not only look at a student as a number or as an achievement score, but also as a risk taker and as principled and as balanced and as caring and as self-managing. When I design lessons, I have to think about nurturing all aspects of a student when I design a lesson instead of just getting them to the next mark, which is much more challenging than just designing a text set and rolling it out to a group. I have to think about each individual student and what will inspire them to work with each other better and move themselves forward in a way that makes them competitive and also compassionate in today's society. So I find it an inspiring program, and I think that what distinguishes our teachers from maybe some other teachers in the district that might not have the opportunity yet to work in this program is that we truly love what we do every day. We all have a book in our purses right now and are looking at different curriculum items we can pull together, and we're talking about the newest, greatest article we read, and I mean, we're just as nerdy as it comes. And we get excited about bringing that to our students, and I think Kinley can speak that, the students feel that passion, and I think that that's something that the program can bring to the county for all students.
Okay, thank you. And that certainly, if you do have that passion, kids feel it and that excitement, so it's good. I guess, and Ms. Fugate referenced one item that could be looked upon as a negative, so let's try to knock this one out. and that would be sort of the elitist idea. Could one of you speak to the elitist or elitism in your school?
That is one of my favorite parts of this. What is zoned for our school is a lot of lower income kids, and MYP is absolutely IB for every kid. That it is not just the affluent kids in our society that get to experience life from a different point of view.
So correct me now, this middle school's middle year program, MYP, it's for the whole school?
Yes, sir.
There's not just a segment of the school?
No, the entire school, every grade level, special ed and non-special ed, every single class, all of it is an opportunity for them to explore. Like I said, we are really passionate about them being inquirers. They live in the world where they have technology at their fingertips all the time. We don't need to teach them just rote memorization anymore. So then it becomes about opportunities and exploring, which outside of school naturally falls to the more affluent people who can take their kids over to Egypt. And now because of IB, we have some supports that I can take my kids on virtual field trips to Cairo, and my kids who do not have the ability to leave Knox County can explore the world. And all teachers teach with more global perspective, and we want them to be lifelong learners and hungry for knowledge, and we get to really empower every level of kid. The girls on my step team, the exact same experiences as the girls that are from Sequoia, and I really, really love that. And I've seen our kids thrive in the conversations that they have with each other, and realizing that this limited experience they have in Knoxville is not the entire world. And I've seen a lot of my kids who are going to West become really, really passionate about the personal project they get to do in 10th grade and the ownership that they get to take of their education, and that they can become gain their own personal mastery and become an expert as a 10th grader in something that they love. And it doesn't matter who your parents are, that you get to own your decisions, own your life. And I can't wait to see the current upcoming 9th graders who've been in this program for 3 years, who have been very hungry about this program since they were 6th graders, what they're going to get to do once they get to be 10th graders and juniors at West. Okay,
thank you. And Bearden Middle School, I mean, demographically, it's a really varied school. Anything else, Celeste, that you would add about the program or things that you find?
Yeah, the middle years program is school-wide at Bearden Middle School, and also 9th and 10th graders at West High School. Really, it's all of West High School. And then only those that are pursuing an IB diploma are considered part of the diploma program. Am I saying that right? Or certificates. But it is the entire school at West High School as well.
Okay, and that's my last question. Mm-hmm. If it is, and sometimes you know how it is when we're teachers, mm-hmm. and there's we get segregated also. The teachers do, and according to levels that they teach and all that stuff.
I've seen it happen.
Yeah, you've seen it. And so I guess my question would be, how is West High School spreading the gospel of IB around the school so that
or distributing the Kool-Aid,
yeah,
as you will?
Well, so that the other teachers can enjoy the benefits that the teachers that are actively involved are enjoying?
I think in our PLCs, professional learning communities, we are constantly trying to employ the ATLs and all of the facets of the IB program into our planning of all subjects. So primarily I teach Algebra 2, which is not, typically lined up to gain a certificate. Those students are usually not headed towards an IB certificate or diploma. And I also teach IB math as well, but most of my time is spent with Algebra 2, and we are incorporating those international and balanced ideas into Algebra 2 planning all the time.
Good, good. And we don't really care where you get the great ideas. We just want them spread. And so if they are, then obviously that's a very good thing. So thank you for that.
I would like to jump in on that question too. At least with sixth grade social studies, we work heavily with Carnes Middle and West Valley Middle. And having part of the IB learner profile is that kids should be risk takers. So we have to design activities and lessons that force kids to be risk takers. As we've been working with our colleagues from those other schools, especially that risk-taking element and inquiry has been growing there, and we've been getting some ideas from them that will help us have our kids be risk takers. So it is growing and spreading to the other schools, even if they don't have the official IB title. Like the fact that we are getting the training in sport, we're helping spread that strength.
I think that's critical to the success of the program, that it is spreading and going in places and affecting other classes that aren't. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Owen.
I have two short questions, one for Mr. Dupler and one for Mr. Spencer, if he's still here. Mr. Dupler, based on the scenario you used of the sixth grader who might begin and then the program not continue, where did you see the potential conclusion of the program that would be expected? Would that be 8th grade or would that be 12th grade? How many years might we be locked into?
Well, it's my understanding, and our experts can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that the middle years program is from 6th to 10th grade.
Okay.
So that would be through the 10th grade. Yeah.
So we would be locked in for 5 years. Mr. Spencer, I'm looking at the account that's listed in the fiscal note. And what it says there is that the account number is 501.531, an MYP account in partnership with the Great Schools Partnership. Can you explain to us how a partnership account works? How do we have an account in partnership with an outside agency?
For the past 2 years on the MYIB program, the Great Schools Partnership had given us a grant for, in 2016, it was $250,000. 2017, it was $200,000. For this upcoming year, it's $0. And so what you're seeing there, the account code, is the account code on the internal school funds at West High School. It's not at the operating level, which would be the board funds. That's coming out of the allocation that's made for the IB program to West High School of $40,000. It will be $40,000 in 2018 in that budget.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, what you're saying is that it's considered a partnership account because money comes from both places.
It's probably mislabeled now,
Okay.
because there is no money coming from
Right.
the Great Schools Partnership.
But it's not indicating that two entities control that
No,
account. Okay,
no,
thank
no,
you.
whatsoever.
Ms. Dethridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, did you say that the authorization is a yearly thing, or are we committing ourselves for a 5-year period when we sign or agree to this authorization letter of signature?
Authorization is good for 5 years. Once we are authorized, we then are a functioning IB World School for 5 years. After 5 years, there's what the IB calls an evaluation, which is really a self-reflective tool for us as a school and for teachers. And we go back and reevaluate our program and make improvements and get suggestions from the IB for those improvements. Sometimes for an evaluation year, the IB will send an evaluation team to work with us. Other years they will not. They do not send an evaluation team out for every school.
Okay. When the teachers express the opinion or statement that other schools are benefiting from this, are they working with the teachers at the other schools, or the students going to the other schools, and so therefore they're carrying the type of learning that they have acquired, or how does that work?
primarily it has been just teacher collaboration. However, this year we're hoping to do more through Canvas with the other schools, particularly with Carnes. There has been a technology limitation in some of our ideas and visions that have kept it at the teacher level, but we're hoping to have more collaboration between the middle schools as part of that student communications and being principled and building their community. That's a value of the IB, so we want to encourage that.
Okay, let me ask another question while you're up. I know it's a whole school, but we also understand that because it is for a whole school and zone, whether you want to be there or not, you're a part of the program. Mm-hmm. And knowing students, there are some students that just don't want to participate. And so how have you seen them kind of change and actually benefit from the program? Because they come in with attitudes. We know how kids are, and so sometimes you have to prove to them that this is beneficial and that it helps them and it's exciting. So how has that grown from where you were to where you are?
So being with sixth grade and all the sixth grade coming in new, and we have to teach them how to middle school in general, part of that first week of school is we teach them those learner profiles. Because at the heart of IB, who a child grows up to be is more important than just the knowledge in their head. Knowledge is one element of it, but character and communication are other things. So in that first week, we introduce what it means to be IB, and in the last 2 years since we've been doing that, they're more excited as sixth graders the fact that they are at Bearden. And we set goals. We'll pick one of these 10, who do you want to be? And then we put them away, and at the end of the year, we brought them back out and said, okay, let's reflect on, did you become this person? Or did you have really big struggles adjusting to middle school that you didn't anticipate? What can you do better for next year? And so that element is something that kids really, really value, that it's not just good grades, that it's me becoming a good, important person that every kid from every walk of life has latched onto and found valuable.
So if they capture that excitement as sixth graders, then they're going to be there for seventh graders, can help the sixth graders. So therefore, the longer we do this program, the better it's going to be. And so once they get to high school, they're already, especially if they go to West High School and they're interested in IB, then they've already had that exposure, that experience, that excitement, starting from sixth grade. And sometimes you can see that light bulb go on, and they're going, oh, this is not what I thought it was. Yeah. And the fact that they're learning foreign language and all the different things as far as international has really been a great exposure for those kids that would otherwise not been able to get those type of experiences or that, learning. So, and as far as the budget, we discussed this budget before we even engaged into making middle school. And I think, did we not have this discussion about the budget when we had the budget discussion? Was that not a part of what was in the budget? Anybody?
Yes, the head count is in this year's.
So we knew what the budget was before, so it's not like we didn't see the budget when we put it together, and we knew what it was going to take to do this IB program for the middle school. So I'm kind of wondering why we don't understand the full capacity of what it is and what it's going to cost. We looked at it, we saw it, we had discussion, and we had opportunity to question then. So I think sometimes we need to let a program continue to see the benefit. I don't want to start a program and then stop in the middle of it, and the kids are the ones that suffer for this. Because then when you start something, then you stop it. So we either all in or we're not all in. And if we're going to be all in for the kids, then let's be all in, and let's figure out how to take care of the problem with the overcrowdedness. Of course, there are people that want to be in it, because I've had calls of people, that students, parents that want their students to be in this. So let's just figure out how to make that happen. Because if it's a good program, don't take it away. Just figure out how to make sure a lot of other kids get the benefit of what's going on in our school system. So thank you very much.
Ms. Hill.
None of these comments have anything to do with the value of the program. I absolutely believe that this has been a wonderful thing for Knox County Schools. I'm glad that we've been able to start this and grow it, and it is reaching out in a different direction. And so when I make these couple of comments, please know that it isn't directed at the program itself. I think that that's very good. My disappointment, and I remember this vote well because for several of us, it was probably one of the first and biggest votes that we made for something new that was going to commit us to a lot of extra money and more FTEs through the year. It has been misleading about the cost, what we were told then and where we are now. If nothing else, because of the GSP money that has gone away. But there have been more positions plugged in than initially was projected. But I get that things change, and we're a big system, and you know we can fix that. We can absorb that kind of thing. What I'm most disappointed in, though, is the really assurances that were given to us by the administration at Bearden at that point in time about, yes, they could accommodate these kids. Yes, there would be, it would be open to the whole county for transfers. Yes, we can make this work. Knowing full well at that point in time that you all were busting at the seams. So here we are, 3 years later, 2 years later.
Can Mr. Bailey, the principal, address that?
When I'm finished.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
You certainly can. Knowing full well that at that point, you know, you were full.
Hey,
I know I've hit a nerve. I know I've hit a nerve.
No, you
but let
haven't,
me finish.
actually.
Let me
Sonia Winstead, Mr. Tall.
Okay. Let me finish. And what has happened is really what some of us feared would happen, is that because there is a situation where there's just more kids than there are seats kind of thing, that you have had to close yourself down. So this, in fact, did not become a program that could be opened up and was available to other rising middle schoolers. I think that was just, I think that was very misleading. And I know, Ms. Fugit, and I appreciate what you said about rezoning. Let me just warn you that if this is what we end up looking at, to make more room at Bearden so that we can get students from out of zone in, it's going to be the same parents that are sitting out there right now that are going to come back and they're going to be upset because they no longer are zoned for Bearden Middle and West High School. And they will be incensed that basically this zoning is occurring because even though it's their neighborhood school, it's occurring because we've got to make room for kids from other parts of the county. I'm just saying that this will be the next issue that comes up. Again, this is nothing about not supporting the program. I think it's great. Bearden's had space problems for a while, and the crux of it is that it did not turn out to be a program that was available.
Can I speak to that?
To
I think Ms. Hill has the
everyone.
floor. Wait,
Yeah, but
okay.
can
I had
Miss-
the mic down.
Well, we have several.
I just want to
Okay,
respond to her?
go ahead, Ms. Fugit.
Ms. Hill, I will just say, I don't think anybody was being unintentional, misleading anyone. I think IB caused a lot of parents to quit sending their kids to private school who are zoned for the district.
Okay.
150, you have 150 more students from fifth grade. I challenge you to prove that. Show me 150 fifth grade students that were coming out of private schools. in
Ms.
1
Hill,
year.
oh,
Just show me, just show me. I'll be
I have
first
some
to
numbers
say I'm
for you,
wrong.
Ms. Hill.
but before you do, I will say that I was privileged to be at Sequoia Elementary, right or wrong, not that I was there, but at Sequoia Elementary the day that the fifth grade meeting happened this year. And at that meeting, I was told, I don't remember the exact quotes, but I was told by the principal something like, up until now, up until the Bearden Middle was an NYP, that they lost probably 90% of their students to private schools. And that now, I think it was like 10 students this year, perhaps, I don't have exact numbers in front of me, but only 10 students were looking at private education. So I think that originally was part of Dr. McIntyre's push was to retain those students in our system for whatever reasons, rather than letting them go elsewhere. But I will say that I did have that bit of information that day that I was there and saw it firsthand. So
We picked up 150 rising sixth graders that all out of public schools in a year, then you all have done a fantastic job. I'm not sure that's the correct number, but I will give you that.
okay, thank you, Ms. Hill. Ms. Horn, you had your mic down, you put it back, you're okay. Then next we will go back to Ms. Roundtree.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to address the point that Ms. Hill brought up, and I appreciate Daphne getting me this information. I think that Ms. Hill hit on a big concern for me when I originally voted on this program at the middle school. And I asked Daphne to pull the transfer numbers because my hesitation was that it was simply going to serve one specific school, and it was not going to serve all of the students of Knox County as a magnet due to space limitations. So just so we're all on the same page, these are the actual numbers. For the 15-16 school year, Bearden Middle only accepted 29 transfers. For the 16-17 school year, they only accepted 35. For this upcoming school year, they're only accepting 15, and those 15 are teacher-employee transfers and sibling transfers. So if we're talking about, you know, space has always been an issue. It's not an issue about this program. It is the space issue, and with our limited budget, continuing this program, signing on to a contract that, in the current law director's opinion, could obligate us for an extended number of years is concerning to me. And I appreciate that I see so many passionate teachers here about this, but for the middle school specifically, I'm specifically talking about the middle school, the capacity issue that Ms. Hill mentioned is a reality.
Thank you, and let me recognize Michael Toth, one of my favorite principals throughout the district, and you are very fortunate, Bearden Middle School, to have received him to carry forward. And Sonia Winstead, welcome back, and tonight, and what a time to come back. But anyway, so if you would both like to speak before we continue with the board, because I think you were asked to come forward.
I would actually like to address the transfer numbers, and we may be looking at different data because I asked for that myself today. And we have 85 transfers coming in, and those are, now I'm talking about 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. 14 of those, only 14 of them serve for academic purposes. The rest of them are employee, sibling, or other reasons. So that number is a little bit different than what Ms. Roundtree stated.
I think Daphne can speak to that.
So the numbers that Ms. Roundtree has in front of this year, the number of transfers that were accepted, she went back 2 years. So yes, if we did accept, how many in 15, 16?
So for this year, we have 15, but
And
those
then-
are grandfathered in.
Those are grandfathered in, and then Mr. Toth is taking into consideration the ones that were granted as 6th graders the year before, and then so then they've rolled. So he's looking at the total number of out-of-zone students in the building, and you're looking at each year how many were accepted into the program.
But we're only talking about 85 kids.
Right.
Yes.
Yes, out-of-zone kids.
And our enrollment this year, we were at about 1220 last year, and right now we're at 1324. And I'll be frank, maybe I shouldn't, Ms. Bounds, you can tell me to shut my mouth. because she came and talked to Mr. Duff and I and the other assistants at Halls when you guys were voting on MYP. And I've worked at Green School where we had Title I funds, and if we wanted it, we could get it. I taught there for 7 years. I love those kids. I love that community. I went to Carnes High School where if we needed something, we couldn't get it. That was after Hardin Valley opened. We had a PTA that would raise $70,000 to $80,000 a year. We went to a PTA that couldn't raise us $10,000 a year. And then I served Halls High School where it was very much the same. Great community, wonderful staff, wonderful families, but no financial support. And so one of my concerns has been echoed tonight is why is Bearden Middle School going to get a program that is only going to serve Bearden Middle School? And so the issue, as you stated, Ms. Hill, is not the program. It's a wonderful program. I've seen what it's done for the staff at Bearden Middle School through end-of-year conferences and through, I've sent out a survey to them of what they need and what they want to do, and they want to continue this. Could I just have my Bearden Middle School staff stand up that came today? And the West High School staff, let's see you too. All right. It's one West. But they're here because they believe in this program. And I think if this meeting were at a different time of year, we could fill this up. You wouldn't have room for all of us. And so the question is, how do we address this problem of overcrowding? Is it through rezoning? Ms. Deathridge, you have a lot of people I probably served and love calling you, begging to come to my school. And I'm not going to go on about that, but it is a program that I believe we do so many times in education. We bring something in, it doesn't work the way we want it to, or we can't fund it, or we say we can't fund it, and so we're going to kick it out. Every student in my school and in Sonia's school is an MYP student. They're an IB student. I have been to IB schools in Nashville, seen what they do, seen the academic work that they do, and our teachers spoke to it. This serves every student that comes through my doors. And as Ms. Fugate said, we would be remiss to get rid of it just because of some logistical problems. Do we want to serve the rest of the county? Yes, we do. But is it a bad thing that we have students, families that have been consistently going to private school for the years, coming back to public school? Is that a bad thing? We need to continue to support that, and we need to continue to engage those families in our community to help us support that.
Good to see you guys. I'm glad I'm not sitting in your chairs. I want to address the attendance, the numbers. We were aware that when we started, we could probably handle around 30 to 35 students, transfer students each year that would roll in. So we're kind of reaching that limit at 100. We rearranged the way we schedule students. We do a 6-period day as opposed to a 5-period day, which allows us to kind of splice the pie a little bit more, which keeps numbers lower in the classrooms. But it is a real issue that we are locked in with the number of classes and making all of that run. So there will be a challenge, but I think it's one worth fighting for, and one worth voting for is how do we grow the school? How do we keep the numbers where they are and continue a program that's serving so many? I would dare say there's another school in the county that is serving as many students as this program serves, because it's going to be serving 1,300. Maybe, and it's a good thing that it's serving those that are zoned there as well as those that are coming out of zone. But I was kind of in a little bit of a shock in January when I saw the rise in numbers for 6th grade and was working with Knox County on how do we handle a large influx of incoming students, and that kind of pushed us way over the 1,300 mark. So we are handling them. He's done a great job with the schedule and how we are slicing everything up, but it is a good problem to have. So that's kind of, they are staying in the system and add the transfers on top of it, so that's why the numbers are up higher.
Thank you. Ms. Horn, did you wish to speak now?
Yes,
Or have
thank
a
you.
question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we know how many students wanted to transfer that were not? Amber, do you have that, who were not granted a transfer?
I have it just because Daphne got it for me earlier, and thanks again, Daphne. And while I'm pulling it up, I will just say again, I echo Ms. Hill's sentiment. It's not about the program; it's about, we only have one piece of pie. How many times can we slice it? Our Title I funds are getting axed. I mean, how can we serve all of our kids the best way we can? And when it was originally discussed that we were going to be able to serve more kids, and we're not, that's disappointing and disheartening. So in 15-16, there were 52 that were denied. 16-17, there were 62 that were denied. As of now, for 17-18, there were 59 denials.
Wow. So yeah, I think it's such a great program. It's sad that we have roughly 60 kids a year who are not able to benefit from it. So, are we looking at adding additional schools, Daphne?
So we've talked about it in the past, but because of budget reasons, we've never been able to discuss about expanding because, that would be an added expense. I've had a couple of elementary schools that want to be a PYP program, which is a primary years program. I have yet to have any other middle school or high school come to me saying, how do we make it work? How do I do it? But to be fair, that option has never really been thrown out, and we've never put the call out. I do have elementary schools calling to ask about the primary years program.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If there are no other, I'll take the opportunity then, because I had a few questions. Oh, Kinley, I'm sorry, I did not see your mic. Go ahead.
Madam Chair. I just wanted to speak to the fact that we were talking about how it's only benefiting the people inside of the school. And as you all mentioned earlier, it is no doubt a very exceptional program that I myself am a part of, and that I've transferred from Halls to West in order to be able to be a part of the diploma program. I can't necessarily speak for the middle years program, but what I've seen from my high school experience has been absolutely one of the most enriching experiences that I've had in education. One thing, though, is that in high school, in the diploma program I'm in, we are not only encouraged to impact the people inside of our school, but participate in CAS projects, which is community action service projects that encourage us to go and impact the community around us. So I know that space issue is, we can't contain all these kids in one school and directly maybe impact them. But the thing that IB does is encourages not only the students in this, not only people to impact inside the school, but go outside and go outside of that school. So whether or not Bearden is small enough or not, the kids in that school are going out into the community and are going out from West and impacting a lot of people and sharing the IB philosophy with a lot of others. And so I think it is very hard to turn down people to this program, but it is also enriching the entire community as well. And that's one big impact that I think, for me, for sure, being encouraged through the diploma program to go out and do these things. You're not only impacting serving the people in the school, you're serving your community by encouraging this program and the kids. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could just make one other comment. I just thank you all for being here, and it's wonderful to hear educators and students who are so excited about the opportunities that they can share with students. So that is just a wonderful thing, and so I think that rather than limiting a program, this is the kind of thing that you want to see grow. So I think we need to look at possibly adding to this the funding that we have for this, and I would like to see a more a breakdown of the exact funding by school, because I'm still very fuzzy on that from what I have in front of me. So I would like to see that. I think this is something that we should look at, funding additional schools if possible. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hill.
Mr. Dupler, if this, where is he? There he is. Sorry. The fact that do I hear you saying that the law department will not sign off on this? Is that what I heard you say?
Thank you, Ms. Hill.
Oh, yes, of course, Mr.
Yes,
Taylor.
thank you, Madam Chair. Again, our responsibility in almost every one of these contracts is to sign off as to legal form. So our office does not weigh in on whether or not this is a great program. I mean, you know, it sounds like it is a great program. But as far as legally, do we feel like it's in the form for this board? Because 98% of our contracts, you know, pertain to Tennessee law, and they pertain to, you know, the all the different governmental laws that apply to a local board of education. So, in this particular contract, again, that's why I described it as a take it or leave it. Sometimes you've got a situation where you have to decide, okay, is this program great enough to go ahead and take a risk?
And our risk would be?
Well, your risk would be, I mean, you would have to comply with all the tenets of the program. I mean, in other words, you would have to make sure that all the fees are paid. You would have to make sure that the teachers are trained, that the curriculum is adhered to, and you know, as long as you do all these requirements that are in these documents, then there's not an issue. You know, you won't be going to Switzerland at that point.
Oh.
But you know, but my only point was, I mean, you know, as long as you're doing all that, you're fine. And that's why I say you're either in or you're out.
Yeah.
Because you can't just say, well, we'll do part of it and not all of it.
All right.
So.
All right. I'm not hearing anything that would lead me to believe that we are not, and I'm not sure, Daphne, maybe, that we are not following all these requirements. Is that correct? That we are doing everything as it should be done?
As it should be, or we wouldn't have gotten authorization. There were actually even a few items that they gave us for feedback that I think that Ms. Seeby had corrected in maybe 24 hours. She's a little passionate about it that way. So otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten authorization.
Okay. Ms. Bugh, put her mic back up. Well, let me just address a couple of points as chair. And I too value, as Ms. Hill said, I do value the program, and I've seen the good, like I said, being at Sequoia and seeing the number of kids that we're retaining in our system, that we're not losing to private schools. And then the other thing is just, I was a little bit concerned that both of the principals have left our system that started the IB program, but I did see Ashley Jesse in the audience, and Ms. Fugit and I had a chance to visit with her at West. You may not have come prepared, but if you would like to say anything, if not, I will just say that I was very pleased with her initiative to move the IB program to all students at West High School and to get all students engaged, if I'm saying that correctly.
That's
when
right.
we talked, and I know, in full disclosure, my niece transferred into West to be a part of the IB program. So I know there's excitement about it. Can you just address that, and then I will address some of my other
Sure, I
points.
love to talk, so I can talk about anything.
Thanks.
A couple of things that we had talked about in May, as we're looking at the IB program, the thing that nobody's really actually mentioned is that we talk as a district so much about wanting our kids to leave us and being college and career ready. And this program is exactly what that does. And so I feel like, and I was telling Ms. Bounds this, I feel like we're doing a fantastic job of preparing our kids for college ready. We're providing pathways, we're providing opportunities that really challenge them, use those critical thinking and problem solving skills, and doing the best job that we can. We're giving them curriculum that they're seeing other cultural differences, they're talking philosophies, and you go into their classroom and you just hear the discussions that you're thinking, oh my goodness, these kids actually are going to be college ready. And we talk so many times about Are we prepared? And I think that kids leave our district that are prepared, but not necessarily ready. And this program definitely is the readiness piece. The piece that I think we are missing at West High School is it's called a career program. And it's that extra added piece that gets us college and career ready. And so we've had discussions in the foundation. I know that's another monetary piece that, but it's very, very small, like a couple of $1,000s, something that we could handle on the school level, and that is an add-on. When I went to IB training this year, I found that we were one of the few IB schools that didn't have this. This piece. This piece added on to our program. So I think that is something as we're looking forward in the future, funding that on our end, but being able to provide this pathway and this opportunities for more and more kids, which is some of the questions that you have all had today. Also, we are doing something pretty cool this fall in the fact that I have a principals roundtable where I sit and talk to kids, and some of the things that the kids were talking about when I asked the question, why are you not taking an IB class, was it was too hard, or they wanted to take it but were a little scared, and those kinds of things. And so we have created a couple of classes this fall that are in English classes that are IB classes, but not going to take the assessment at the very end. And that has allowed us to create more and more kids that are wanting to be a part of those discussions, be a part of that curriculum, be a part of that philosophy, but not necessarily with that end of that assessment at the end. And in looking just at that number, we've got 40 kids that have signed up for that, and they are 100% free and reduced lunch kids. So to me, that's where we're going, and that's why we're excited about what we're doing.
Okay, actually, I had a couple of other questions while you were there, because listening to your teachers talk about your teachers in the Bearden Middle School about their excitement and all that and their training, and you just mentioned going to training. Mm-hmm. One of the questions this board had early on was the cost of training, and we were told that because it's quite expensive, $700, I believe, and that doesn't include airfare, lodging, all that. So. And the other part of that was the retention of the teachers, because when I asked the former principal the number of teachers, I was really shocked early on when we talked about IB years ago at the number of teachers that had less than 5 years experience. That probably has changed over the last 3 years. But we were losing a lot of those teachers that were trained on IB. And Dr. McIntyre assured us that we were going to start doing more in-house, and that cost would not continue to incur. But I don't know, something about getting teachers that had signed on to IB to sign on to a 2-year agreement, which I don't know if that's possible or not. Mm-hmm. But can you speak a little bit to the retention? And I know you're newer to West, but to the retention of those teachers and to the cost of training and how much of that is being done in-house, because we could not, as a board, talk about 3 years ago how we could afford to continue to retrain, and maybe Daphne would want to speak to that if you don't have the answers yet.
Yeah, so this is my first year at West, and so I don't know what happened before that in the retention piece. I have seen numbers about that, but I don't know. I don't want to speak to that. I can say that after 1 year, I feel like our retention has been pretty good. We've lost 4 or 5 teachers that have moved out of state, but we have only lost 1 teacher to a different high school in our surrounding area, and that was for football. So I feel like we've done a pretty good job of retaining teachers at this point. But in regards to your question about training, we have done some in-house training. We did a training last month in June where we had 20 teachers come, and we did an all-day training there. And so we've also done some Saturday trainings during the middle of the school year. And so teachers have been able to come during that time as well. So I feel like we're doing a good job of training. Something I wanted to add earlier, you all kept asking a question about how do you keep on giving this training and providing this training to other teachers in the district. And our district does district learning days, which was called system-wide in-service back in the day. And so we are doing that. We've done one in the spring, and we're doing one again in the fall. And a lot of my teachers are constantly presenting. And I think Dr. Odom may have the number, but it's usually 10 or 15 teachers that are presenting in August for that. And so I think that's where it's the train the trainer model. So we go and train, and then we train others to have those same kind of strategies and things for their classroom.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
That was all the questions I had. But Dr. Roswick, do we have what other middle schools in Knox County have foreign languages? Do you know?
Have to look at the number for sure. I know not all do. We could get that information for you as far as which ones do, but I don't have that number with me right now.
Okay, thank you. And just my three biggest concerns before I go to Ms. Horn, and then I guess we go to public forum if there's no other mics down, was, and I'm happy for Bearden, and when I visited Bearden Middle School, I saw some of those great language classes taking place and got to go into the French class and the Spanish class. One of my concerns is disparities, because I know also in visiting one of Ms. Deathridge's schools, and that's not to say we should take it away from Bearden Middle, but one of her schools at the high school level only has one language as an option. And so the disparities concern me that, and if you'll get us the information about the other middle schools. The other is the transfer, like Ms. Hill addressed, and I went back and read the minutes and researched, because this was a big issue when it came before the board, and that's why in executive session we moved it off of consent to discussion. But on October 30th of that year, Dr. McIntyre sent the board a memorandum, and in the first paragraph he stated, and I quote, "a magnet program which would make the opportunity available to all students in our community." And so the transfer piece does concern me. And I do feel like, even though there were assurances given, that was a little bit misleading in that, because the board as a whole was very concerned about how it would reach the entire Knoxville community if we spent $750,000 for Bearden Middle School. And his answer was a magnet program which would make the opportunity available to all students in our community. So the disparities, the transfer, and the third thing is the law piece. And if Mr. Dupler, if you can tell me, why now? Because I wasn't on the board when the first contract for West High School, Ms. Fugit was there when that was approved. Why the difference now? Can you how did that get done? Mr. Dupler?
I can't answer for what's gone on in the past, but what I can tell you is that when I started reviewing these documents, there were only the statement of acceptance is only 2 or 3 pages. I mean there's not much there, but then it refers to 7 other sets of documents. So I had to do some digging before I found, what we've been discussing tonight. So, again, I don't know why it wasn't raised as an issue before, but I can tell you from my experience, it took some doing to find it. But again, I think I've explained that, it's. Our duty is to point these issues out as far as legal form. Doesn't mean that this board cannot do it. It's certainly a decision that this board's to make.
Okay. With that, I'm going to go to Ms. Horn and then come back and let you conclude. Ms. Fugit, since it is your district and you have a lot of passionate people with you tonight.
Yeah,
okay.
physically sits in Tony's district.
I know y'all share that. Okay, Ms. Horn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick question because I know we need to move on. And we may not have this information readily available, but how many transfers have gone into West High School and how many transfers have been denied over that same 3-year period?
So actually, we've been really successful at West High School, beginning with Ms. Banner and with Ms. Jessie. we have been able to take all who have qualified. So I believe we started off with 50, and I think we took, we had space for 70 last year, and then we took all who qualified, which was 54 qualified. There is a screener for the diploma program if, as you come in, and that students are asked to do.
And is there additional space then also available?
I think 70 is about the max, and that was pushing it. Ms. Jessie pushed it all the way that she could to take as many, and so we've got that space.
Thank you.
Okay, you get.
Thank you. Just a couple of things to end, and then I'd love to hear from the people who wanted to speak. I hear the board's concerns about the transfer issue, but all magnet programs bump into the transfer issue. Bearden is a magnet program. It just is not able to take as many students as we would like. And I know that part of that is because people are choosing to stay in public school. And yes, I think that's a good thing, that parents who are so concerned and committed about their children's education, they were willing to go to private school, now are choosing Bearden Middle over the private schools in this county. I think that speaks volumes, and agree that it is something to be built upon, not gotten rid of. I would encourage our superintendent to figure out a way to put portables, do something. If we've got to have capacity, if that's the only problem I'm hearing from people, is that we can't take enough transfers, we got portables in other buildings. Put some portables at Bearden Middle. Lord knows there's plenty of grass around Bearden Middle. And a big old parking lot, because I used to take my children there. In all seriousness, I mean, if that's really the issue, we can increase capacity for transfers by putting portables. The other thing I hear Mr. Dupler talking about is the contract. He has not said that this is not a legal contract. It is a legal contract. It is an attorney giving a client an opinion that he would prefer not to have to litigate something in Switzerland. That's like saying he would prefer not to have to litigate something in New York or London. It doesn't say it is not a valid contract, and many schools across our country and our state have lived with that. And that's why it was not an issue for the board in 2001. We had a different attorney who did not advise us that that was a concern that they had. That's all it is. Simple. It's an attorney giving us an opinion about that they don't want us to be bound by having to do arbitration in Switzerland. As we just heard, as long as we comply, we won't ever have to go to arbitration. And the other thing I understand, we can choose to stop IB at any time. At any time. Mr. Dupler said we may have to ride out a few years if we want to get into some arbitration about that, but there's nothing that says you have to keep IB forever. But I think what I keep hearing, and then I will quit talking, and I'm passionate about this because I sat on the board of parents in 2005, 2006, who wanted this for their kids. And this is no different than Gibbs wanting a new school, Hardin Valley wanting a new school, Carter wanting a new school, Inskip wanting a renovation. The families in my district just aren't asking for a new building. They're asking for a program. And that's not to say one is better than the other. I'm just saying it came from parents. It came from parents who wanted this for their children. That's why we went down this road. This didn't come from Dr. Lindsay. It didn't come from Dr. McIntyre. It came from parents who lobbied Dan Murphy to talk about it for the 4th District, who've asked me to talk about trying to get it at the Bearden Middle School for IB. And the reason Bearden Middle was chosen, let's be honest, if the IB High School is west and 80% of the student body from Bearden Middle goes to west, it made sense that that be the middle school that we picked. So with that, Madam Chair, I conclude my remarks.
Okay, Ms. Roundtree.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we had some folks signed up to speak about this specific issue. I don't know if they're...
Oh, Mike, I'm sorry.
Sorry, hold on. We had one more person that wanted to speak.
Sorry, I really wasn't going to say anything, but and I pulled my mic down late, but a couple of brief things in reference to what Ms. Fugit said about in dealing with the law director. Now, I'm correct, if we approve this, we are committed from a financial standpoint to do it for 5 years, correct? We can't just commit to it and then decide next year or the following year that we just want to drop it.
Mr. McMillan, it's debatable. I mean, to be honest, I mean, you know, I'm trying to advise this board the best that I'm able to. But I mean, you know, there's language in this contract that talks about, you know, once you start this program for a student, that the program needs to be completed for that student. I mean, you know, so it can, you might have a situation where, well, I can tell you certainly that this contract says that if you start a student in one grade level, that you have to complete that grade level for that student with this curriculum. But I'm also saying that you can read it a way that it says that you have to complete not only that grade level, but the program itself, which could be up to 5 years. Again, as Ms. Fugit said, that could be an issue where we would have to disagree in Switzerland, which we don't want to do. So my advice to this board is you need to treat it as you're signing on to a program for a student or a group of students for the duration.
That was my question of you was purely in your legal opinion, the legal aspect of it, not I don't think anybody debates the merits of the program. But since it's been mentioned a couple of times, I remember the discussion that we had about there was a great deal of money to be committed at that time, and also that it would be countywide, you know, that other people could transfer in it. It was not just for one particular zone. But I also remember that some of the people that opposed it in those days argued that the people that were pushing the program were pushing it because they wanted a private school, but they wanted the taxpayers to pay for it. And, you know, I'm not saying that that's so. I'm just saying that there were accusations like that made. And I probably wouldn't even mention that, except it's been mentioned several times tonight about that people brought their kids back from private schools to our public schools. And, you know, that's all. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I have to.
Okay, Ms. Fugit, let this be the last one because Ms. Seabee's standing there.
The only thing I'll say is the people that were sending their children to private school are taxpayers too. They've been supporting our public schools, whether they availed themselves of them or not. And I agree with you. I stand by the fact that this is a magnet school. It just doesn't have the capacity to take as many students as we would like. I don't think that was misrepresented.
Okay, thank you. We were going to public forum. Did you have something you wanted to share?
I just wanted
before we
to
did?
address the question that we've been discussing about what happens if we want to discontinue the program. I know that from the IB point of view, they would of course say if a student starts in 6th grade, that in the best interest of the student would be for them to complete the MYP program. However, if the district came to a decision that they did not want to support IB anymore and we just didn't pay our annual fee, the IB then just strips us of our authorization, and that's that. So there have been a couple of schools in Tennessee that have been stripped of their authorization, have been reauthorized since, but that's how it would actually work. If we just decide that we don't want to pay that annual fee, we just don't pay it, and that's that.
Okay.
I just wanted to speak to that.
Okay, thank you. That was very beneficial. Okay, Ms. Roundtree.
Back to public forum.
Yes, back to public forum.
Okay, let's see. We had some folks signed up to speak, and I don't know if they were going to work out who was going to speak first. Ann, do you want to go first? If you'll just say your name and the microphone.
I'm Ann Eddins. I'm going into 8th grade, and I go to Bearden Middle School. So I don't have a lot to say. I just have a few things. So I used to live in Portland, Oregon, and I grew up going to a Spanish immersion school. And so when I moved here, I thought it was fun for me to grow up some more learning IB language in Spanish or French, depending on which one I wanted to choose. And I did choose Spanish, and I just thought that it was nice to open my mind to bigger aspects of the world, learning about different civilizations on different parts of the world. And another thing is my friends and I were curious at what IB learning would do to help you. And one of the things for language, it slows the aging of the brain. I just thought it was a cool fact. For social studies, when we did an IB activity where we got to get on our iPads for school, and we got to it was like a visual, a visual part of learning about, I think it was Egypt, and we got to just it was a 3D picture, and we got to move around, and it helped us learn about different parts of what Egypt looked like back then, or what people thought it looked like. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay, and our next speaker is Mr. Wimmer. If you'll just state your name.
Yeah, my name is Jonathan Wimmer, and first of all, I'd like to thank all of you for your time and service to the county and education in the county. I am the president of the PTA at Bearden Middle School, and I am father to James Wimmer, who is in the 8th grade at Bearden Middle School. James is a very bright boy. He was in the honors program at Beaumont Magnet Academy, got all A's, I believe, all the way through. So when it came time to middle school, I wanted a place where he would be challenged. And all I ever heard about was Bearden Middle, over and over. So I went to visit beforehand, and this MYP thing was just coming to a head. It was very exciting times, and just learning about it initially, I was captivated. For a bright young mind to find a place where he would be properly challenged, and you've heard the terms already, risk-taking, broad thinking, because as we all know, for a preteen and a teenager, you can get really caught up in what's right in front of you, and sometimes it's not so great. So James got to walk into a school where he got to choose between French, German, and Spanish, where he learned new ways of critical thinking, and rather than studying for the test, studying to improve yourself and your community. And so I'm very passionate about Bearden. And not only for James, but for my other son, Oscar, who's going into the 4th grade, and for my daughter, Eloise, who's going into 1st grade this year. Now, James is a transfer, and so I'm about to start praying double time that he's going to get into West High School. If he doesn't, we'll figure something else out. And the way things are looking, Oscar and Eloise might not be going to Bearden. But I would just say this: I still beg of you all to approve this, because this place is special, and West is special. And even if not every kid in the county gets to benefit from it, they're still showing everyone else the best way to do it. And it'll rub off. And maybe we'll get some more schools that'll do it. So I ask you all to think deep and hard, think long. Don't let short-term budgetary decisions, and I know they're hard. I know you all got a lot of pressures from a lot of different directions. But this is a good thing. This is proper learning that, as you've heard, will prepare kids for college and beyond, and hopefully to come back to Knoxville and be the future leaders of Knoxville and Tennessee, maybe the United States and beyond. But think big picture on this. Thank you. Thank you all for your time, and I'm sorry I got to go get a stopwatch and work at a swim meet, so I have to leave. Thank you for your time.
Okay, if there are no objections, then we're going to take a 10-minute recess and reconvene at 6:50, and allow the people that were people from Bearden and West that were passionate and came tonight to slip out if they want to. You're welcome to stay, but this could be a very long night. So feel free to slip out. We'll take a 10-minute recess and reconvene at 6:50. their seat. It's a little past time. Okay. Okay, we're going to go ahead and begin. And board members, we're going to item C, items and contracts. And the first two, we'll open up for discussion. Is there any discussion on items 1 and 2 under contracts? Ms. Horner.
Sorry. Yeah, I was giving Missy a chance to get back to her seat.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
She brought snacks for all of us, thanks, Missy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Missy, I think that you had some questions regarding number 1 that you were going to discuss. As far as I know, this type of agreement has been in place for quite some time. And so if you could just speak to just give us some additional information on has this been beneficial, and are there any changes you would need to see that would need to be made to this kind of document? I'm assuming it's been in place for a while.
Yes, ma'am. It has been in place for several years. I can't tell you exactly how many, but I know the entire time I've been director, this is my 11th year, this group has been meeting to talk about, working with youth and planning proactively to provide supports in the community for students and this is really the meeting. This focuses a lot on kids who are involved in, have had criminal activity or at risk. I will tell you that from the school system standpoint, there's not any kind of information that's shared that is not done in an appropriate channel. So we don't just go there and give out lists of names of children. That's just not how we operate. But we do talk about what are strategies. It's really about bigger picture things. How can we work cooperatively? What are some things that each organization is doing? And how can we support one another to make sure that we're providing as many comprehensive supports for some of our most at-risk students?
Okay. Ms. Owen?
Do we have any data on how effective the programs have been?
Each program, actually, there's a pretty comprehensive judge's report that it's not related necessarily to specifically this, but we get a judge's report at the end of every year where he calculates a lot of different data based on statistics for juvenile court. But each of the agencies that are involved, DCS, and just to name a few, DCS, Held Ross McNabb, et cetera, they all have different pieces of information that they could share and do share throughout the year.
Okay, Mr. Norman.
Missy, thank you, Madam Chair. How do we handle, do we have any special provisions within the system for, or what special provisions do we have for students who have a criminal record in terms of, say, some serious potential for students or staff? So if there was an assault charge, or if there was assault and battery, or there some other kinds of criminal charges that would alert us and say, this is a special person, we need to monitor them for their own well-being as well as for other students?
So it depends on, that question is kind of, we deal with situations on an individualized basis based on what the needs of a particular student might be. So in some situations, there could be some requirements that have been put in place by the courts that we would support. We've had situations where there could be a risk that the superintendent may do an assignment to another school. It just depends on the particulars of the situation.
Okay, and it's probably true that staff at a school, say you have a kid that has a criminal record like this assault and battery, would the staff can't know that, right? That information cannot be shared to the staff, or it can be shared to some people in the staff.
So, and Gus, I may need you to kind of help with some of these questions, but it just depends on the status of the situation. I mean, sometimes we can share information. Sometimes we don't have information. I mean, sometimes we, not in any formal channel, sometimes a student has shared information that will lead us to start calling around and asking some questions. So it just depends on the particular circumstances.
And I don't know what to do with this, but I would consider that it would be extremely dangerous to not know a serious criminal history, and for staff members to have them in their classroom and not know it, or not have any information about some type of criminal history.
So I can tell you that we've had situations where there have been some significant students who had some issues, and that we would set up a very specific safety plan for. And so that information, whatever level of information would be appropriate for us to share, would be shared, and then we would have a very specific safety plan, whether that involves a student that searched based on a history or whatever that might be.
Okay. Ms. Owen?
I'm looking for the signature page to figure out what entities this actually involves. And what I'm seeing is in our agenda, it says that we have an MOU that's a coordination between Knox County policymakers. I don't see anything that says who those policymakers are. And then in the MOU, it talks about an interagency effort, but I'm not seeing anything that's really clear about exactly what agencies are involved. Is there something missing from this document, or has it never been there?
Mr. Dupler, do you know, or can you address that?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Owen. Ms. Owen, I think you're referring to the first item. Is that correct? And when I pull up that first item, I agree with you that it appears to be just part of the document. I only see 2 pages. Yes, there should be signature lines and some other things, and I'm sure we can get that corrected. Certainly by Wednesday, but I'm sure we can get that corrected, as soon as possible.
Maybe we have a past version somewhere we could see.
Ms. Coatney's gone to try to retrieve that original.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't catch that.
No, that's okay. Okay. Are there any more questions? If not, then we have some public forum speakers that.
I just had a comment before.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Entree, do your comment.
Thank you,
and then
Madam Chair.
public forum.
My only question was if there was perhaps a red line draft of this, to show us what changes had been made from the previous versions. I don't know, Missy, do you have any idea? Or Gary, sorry, whoever.
I can address that. I mean, it did not come from our office. It came from Judge Irwin at juvenile court. So these were, we did not receive a red line version.
Okay.
No other mic, so we can go to public forum.
Okay, so we have 2 folks signed up to speak about this MOU. So the first person is Lance McCold.
I'm Lance McCold. Thank you for letting me speak this evening.
Can you wait just a second?
Yes.
Sorry, let me get it. Miss Coatney is usually our timer, and she went to look for the document, so let me pull up the timer on my phone. Sorry, we're doing things a little out of order today. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. McCold. Thank you.
All right. I found out on Wednesday that this was being discussed, and I read it, and I was like, "What is all this about?" It's certainly far from self-explanatory. So I took it on myself to do a little research and asked around, and it turns out that there seems like, well, I don't know, it's confusing, but this MOU has two parts, this truancy initiative, and then refers to this serious habitual offender program that's the subject of item 2. And both of them raise the red flags for me. It's like, well, you know, these things seem like they're designed to maintain the school to prison pipeline. But we don't. But if you guys don't know more than what these are here, it doesn't seem like there's anywhere near enough information to make an informed decision about whether this is something that we should continue to be a part of. I've sent you all some notes of mine about what I've found and some of my concerns, and I'll just summarize them a little bit. I'll mention just the truancy initiative for a second, but that thing seems like it takes truancy, which can be a result of many problems, and criminalizes it, brings the police into the matter. So, you know, how is that making it solving the truancy problem? How is that? Now, maybe it does, and the document claims that it does something good for it, but I think unless you've got data that shows it actually works and it's actually accomplishing something good, I think you should really look for it before you make a decision on proceeding with it. Perhaps the bigger one is this serious habitual offender program. Again, it's something I never heard of before Wednesday, but I asked around. Apparently, Knox County is the only county in the state of Tennessee that has a program like this. Knox County's been doing it since 1988. The document that's in front of you claims that it's beneficial, but where's the beef? You know, where's the data? We believe in finding out if this is real, and if it's not, and again, it's like, where's the proof? Where's the evidence that this really works? Because otherwise, you know, you wonder if it's really a matter of putting some families and children through some very onerous requirements. Now, we don't want, you know, people getting hurt. We don't want criminal activity in our schools. So, you know, those are legitimate concerns, but we need to understand what this program is really all about. You know, one of the parts of the program that I heard from a person I talked to about it was this curfew program. The kids that are in this program are required to follow curfew, and as I was explained to me, is if, you know, the police can go to your home at any time and knock on the door, and if you don't answer the door, they're going to report you as being not being in compliance with the curfew. And so I heard that oftentimes kids will stay up late at night waiting for that knock on the door so they can go to bed. Well, none of you would tolerate a curfew for your children that looked like that. I certainly wouldn't. And to think that this is happening to kids in the community is pretty upsetting to me. There is a lot of information. You know, I think you will want to know about this program. How much is it going to cost, and what is the investment in it? Really, what good is it doing? I mean, where is the evidence that it's really helping the kids that are engaged in the program? How do we know that the kids that are engaged in the program, that it's drawing kids in fairly? Did you know that I learned this, that possession of a pocket knife, if you're less than 18 years old, is against Tennessee law. And any kid with a pocket knife in his possession can be arrested and drawn into this program immediately. Item 1 in the SOCAP thing says that's one of the things that will automatically put you into this program. I've got a bunch of Boy Scouts in the troop I work with that carry pocket knives all the time. And they're all white boys, and I bet none of them would ever get ragged into this program. So there's lots of questions about this, and I'm really speaking to you to encourage you to really look hard at this thing. Maybe it's a great program. It just needs to be. We just need facts about it.
Mr. McCold,
Yes,
sorry,
ma'am.
that was your 5 minutes.
Oh.
We had I was timing you for my phone.
All right.
And I got your lengthy email. I wanted to say thank you for that information as well. And I apologize for the lack of timer with the discrepancy in clocks, but our first item took so long. We're trying to keep moving forward. So we have one more speaker on this item, and it is Carly Safar. And while Carly's coming up, does anybody know why the one document says it was updated in February and we just now got it? I don't know if anybody knows the answer to that, but while she's speaking, if anybody can come up with the answer, that'd be awesome. Okay. If you'll hold on just a second, Carly, we'll get the clock started. Correct.
Go ahead.
Ready?
Yes.
Cool. Hi, my name is Carly Safar. For the last 10 months, I was an employee at the Public Defender's Office. I no longer work there, but in the juvenile court. And so when I heard that the SHOCAP MOU was coming before the school board, I thought it was really important that I come and talk about some of the things that I saw in the juvenile court about the program. So as Lance said, it's really outdated, right? It got established in the 1980s and surrounded by a rhetoric of super predators. I don't know, I'm sure many of you remember the 80s. I was a kid, but I even remember that rhetoric in the media. So since then, there has been tons and tons and tons of research about adolescent brain development of kids and how their prefrontal cortex is not fully developed until really into your 20s. And that has a huge impact on impulse control, as well as the way that dopamine is regulated in kids, which makes them especially sensitive to addiction. And so given all of this research nationally, it's completely changed the debate around juvenile justice, switching from a more punitive policy to more rehabilitative policies. SHOCAP is bad for education, for kids getting their education. Lance mentioned the missed bed checks. If you don't answer the door between 10 and 5 a.m. every single night when a cop knocks on your door, you will be arrested within sometimes the next day, sometimes days after, often at school when you're in class with your peers and your classmates who see that happen. I know of one example of a kid that was on SHOCAP. He went to go visit a family member in the hospital and so missed his bed check. They tried to arrest him at school some days later, and he was like, why am I being arrested? I don't understand. I'm here in school. I don't know what's going on. And he was tased by the school resource officer for just going to the hospital to visit a family member and not getting home in time that night. I've been in many, many court hearings where the judge will say, really, like when you have your court hearing for your SHOCAP missed bed check, there's not much that can be done, right? The parents and the kid are like, we were home, we were asleep. The cop says we knocked on the door, no one answered, and so you're violated, and there's no way really to know if they were home or not. And so often what the judge will say is, do whatever you can to answer the door, including stay up every single night, sometimes till 2 a.m., depending on where you are in that officer's beat, what time they get to your door, or sleep by the door. Just do whatever you can to make sure you don't miss that bed check. Otherwise, you will be incarcerated in the detention center for nonviolent offenses. It's called serious and habitual. Just like in the adult court system,
people are pressured by the district attorney to take plea deals, right? I'm sure y'all have all heard about that. You want to get out of jail, you're arrested on charges, even you maintain your innocence. And you have evidence that shows that you were actually somewhere else. You even have an alibi, but still you are arrested with limited, very limited evidence, which could just mean someone else said that they saw you do this thing. Children get arrested for that, sometimes in school. And so they take a plea deal because they don't want to stay in the Richard Bean Center, sometimes where you're locked in a room for 23 hours a day and you have 1 hour outside children 12 years old. And so often those plea deals are, in fact, you're on show cap. And so you actually have never been proven that something that you even committed, whatever crime you're being alleged to have commit, and yet you are now on show cap for 6 months where every single night you have a curfew and you have to sleep by the door and say that doesn't happen. Maybe you're on medication. And so then you get arrested in school in front of all of your peers. And so I would just really encourage all of you as board members to not sign that MOU. Let the other agencies sign it and don't sign it. And that means if they want to continue with the show cap program, let them continue, but that children should not be arrested at school for incidents that you have no proof of and actually have nothing at all to do with school and actually disrupts the education of those children who clearly cannot even pay attention because they didn't even sleep the night before. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Owen had a question. Did you have a comment, Ms.?
I just didn't know if anybody was able to come up with why this was drafted in February and we didn't get it till now.
Mr. Duper, do you want to attempt that?
I mean, I know it didn't come from the law director's office, so.
Yeah, the only thing I can say to that is that we received it very shortly before the last board meeting. I mean, so it missed the deadline by I think we received it the day before the voting board meeting last month. So that's when we received it, and so it was put on the agenda as soon as possible.
And I think Ms. Coatney shared some information that. Do you want to share? I can't either one.
This agreement came to me through Heidi Garrett at Judge Irwin's office, and I think she was routing it around for the last several weeks trying to gather all the signatures. So I think it actually started back in March or April, even routing around. That's why you're just now seeing it.
And then my only other question was someone going to be able to speak to this program from either Judge Irwin's office or any of these laundry list of folks? Do you know, Missy? Or chiefs?
I do not think that anybody's here from their office. I will make 2 comments. The truancy program is something that what's outlined in here is what we're required to do by law. I would be happy at another board meeting to do a presentation on everything we do, which is pretty extensive when we have students who are chronically absent. And we have lots and lots and lots and lots of things in place before it gets to that point. But we are required by state law to turn in the list of kids who have 10 or more unexcused absences. So that's what's spelled out. As far as the show cap goes, that really is just defining what that program is with or without the signature on the document. That signature does not, we are not in charge of whether a student gets arrested at any point or where they get arrested. And Gus, do you have anything you would add to that?
If you'd like, I can probably give you just a little bit of historical information on the show cap initiative. And of course, it's an acronym for Serious Habitual Offender Comprehensive Action Program, I think. And really the history of it speaks to, and it's been around since about 1988, and what its mission was then and what its mission continues to be today was to take those young juveniles, particularly those young juveniles that are making a series of bad decisions. And the way the program works is it assigns points to certain offenses, mostly felonies, mostly violent felonies with some misdemeanors involved, but primarily felonies. And when you reach a certain point total, you become what we used to call, and we still probably do, a show capper. And once you reach a certain point threshold, then you are granted some extra provisions to include curfew checks, to include you're no longer allowed to fraternize with other show cap kids, and some other general guidelines. And all of it is framed around, and it's all a matter of perspective. But I can tell you the early discussions and the discussions that still happen today, they are framed around taking that kid who is clearly making bad decisions and trying to put them in a position to be successful. We at one time in this city had specific schools and particular classrooms where we had show cap kids. And we knew that if we put 20 or 30 show cap kids together in a classroom, that if we could graduate 2 or 3 of them, that would be a success for us. And so we did give them some extra provisions, but it's not too much unlike the way we are as adults. When you, as an adult, start to make bad decisions, we all benefit from extra scrutiny. We all benefit from being surrounded with people who care about us to try to get us to where our decisions improve. And so, again, it's a matter of perspective, but I can tell you then as now, the show cap system is designed to identify those kids that are making bad decisions, that endangers their future, and quite frankly, endangers other kids' future. Get them identified and try to put them in a position where they have extra scrutiny, extra provisions, and try to put them in a position where they can get nudged toward making better decisions, and hopefully we get them graduated from high school and try to salvage their future for them. The mission is to put those kids in a position where they can be successful.
Thank you. If you want to hang for just a minute. Oh, did you have something, Mr. Dupler?
I just wanted to add for the board's understanding to understand, especially since we didn't have on the agenda the complete agreements, or MOUs, but if I could call to item C1 for the board's benefit. I mean, really, what you're looking at there is the bottom of page 1 and the top of page 2. The rest of the MOU from the end of page 2 forward until the signatories just describes the programs available and the programs that are in existence in Knox County. So if you really want to look at the meat of it, you're looking at the bottom of page 1 and the top of page 2. As far as item C2, again, where the board would want to focus its attention is going to be at the top of page 6, and that one actually says Knox County Schools on it and goes from A to F. And to just reiterate what Ms. Massey said, A talks about providing files. Files are provided pursuant to subpoena or court order. So we're not providing information that violates state or federal law. We're providing it through the proper channels. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We had some board members with their mics down, and I've tried my best. I'm not sure they're in correct order, but we'll go first to Ms. Hill.
Thank you. Guys, thank you very much for that descriptor. I would like to assure our speakers that SHOCAP is not only for the protection of the child, but it's for the protection of the teachers and the employees in the schools. In my years in the schools, sometimes I knew if a kid was a SHOCAP kid, sometimes I didn't. It really depended on what the offenses were, whether it was along a violent nature or not. The SHO, serious habitual offender, Lance, I can tell you that if a child is your pocket knife situation, that comes nowhere qualifying to get a kid into SHOCAP. There is a very specific point system that's outlined, and in fact, we have a copy of it if you'd like to, to look at it. Do you understand it is point rated, though?
There's three ways in. One way with the points, there's also with the plea agreement. There's also these things that put you in automatically, and that's I one. And that is the last one, possession of a gun or not.
Okay. Possession of a gun or a knife. All right. I'm not going to debate those merits. I simply am encouraging you to look at this as it is a way to keep people safe. That's all it's about. It's just trying to keep people safe. Like I said, we've got SHOCAP kids in our schools, and teachers may not have a clue that a kid is a SHOCAP. It really is on a need-to-know basis. If there's an issue, like Mr. Norman mentioned at one point, safety, where there could potentially be a problem in a classroom, and a teacher might need to be aware. Those people have a right to know that this is a potential for a child in their classroom. So, at any rate, it is a positive. It is not intended to be a negative. It is a positive. And the same also goes, I can speak personally, with the truancy initiative, not only working at the school level, but at the court level. This truancy initiative, I will assure you that court intervention is the last and final and most desperate action that is taken with our kids. Everything else that we can possibly imagine that we've got access to is done first. The courts don't want to see these truant kids, and they have told us, do everything you can to keep them out. And believe me, we do. But there still are always a few that just are not going to respond to any kind of treatments and interventions. And so the truancy initiative, I do feel very, very good about, because it is not a pipeline. It is every bit an effort to avoid a pipeline from the schools to the courts.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Ms. Owen?
I have several concerns. I'm interested to know who from Knox County Schools has been involved in revising this at any time in our history, since I don't recall ever seeing it. My large concern is that the idea of putting large groups of similarly aggressive offenders together in an educational setting doesn't sound like anything that has had educator input ever.
We don't do it.
I'm curious to know whether anyone has compared this language to the language of our security MOU regarding SROs. And the list of agencies, now that I'm seeing this list of agencies that's here, also concerns me, and I think our audience would be quite concerned too, and I'd like them to hear who is on this list. Knox County Juvenile Court, Knox County District Attorney General, U.S. District Attorney, Knox County Law Director, Knox County Schools, Police Department, Knox County Sheriff's Department, Tennessee Department of Children's Services, Boys and Girls Club of Greater Knoxville, Helen Ross McNabb Mental Health Center, Catholic Charities Columbus Home Assessment Center, Compassion Coalition, University of Tennessee Police Department, Metropolitan Drug Coalition, Knox County Mayor, Knoxville Mayor. It's amazing to me that we have this kind of an MOU coming to us from all of these agencies that none of us have any idea about. That is hugely concerning to me all by itself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Roundtree.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wondered if someone before Wednesday could get us some data or information about the effectiveness of this program. I mean, I appreciate what the chief said. I think we all want, if kids have veered down a path of not making good decisions, set them up and put them in situations where they can be successful. And I appreciate the feedback that Ms. Hill gave about this, given her experience as a social worker, but I would like some more information, instead of just, going by this works. hear, I would like to see some data or some information that shows what the chief said, that it has been positive for our kids and moved them in the right direction. And I don't know, Missy, I don't know if you can get that, or the chief can get it. I don't know who can.
I'm happy to, I can certainly pull together all of the truancy information, and then we can work with law enforcement. I want to
I know about the truancy.
The show cap is not our program. As
Yes.
Mr. Dupler said, this is a listing of all of the different programs that are, we don't.
I understand, and
manage
I don't,
that.
and
Yep.
I've talked with you extensively about the truancy and high absence kids and addressing that, so I'm not so much concerned with that. My concern is actually with the show cap. So, I mean, other folks may be interested in the truancy data, but I'm really interested in, the show cap and, if it shows it's working.
I can certainly reach out to our law enforcement partners to get that information.
Thanks, Ms. Massey.
Thank you. Ms. Hill. I'm sorry, Ms. Fugit.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Mr. Law Director, you can probably answer this for me. If we don't sign it, what changes? The show cap still exists. Do they still come arrest kids at our school? Because I understand they can arrest, the police can arrest whenever and wherever. I'm not being argumentative. I'm just trying to figure out, if we don't sign and we're not a party to this, what does that change? Good question.
It's a good point. It's, this is, both of these MOUs are couched in very general terms. And, as we've talked about, Ms. Massey and I and the chief, these, like you said, Ms. Fugit, these programs do exist, and they will continue. But if you don't sign, or if the board decides not to sign, then you're basically saying that you're not going to, for instance, I'm looking at page 6 of C2, letter E, actively promote dialogue between school administrators and show cap agencies. So one effect of that would be this board is saying, we're not going to actively promote a dialogue. There still may be a dialogue, because, again, there probably has to be according to state and local laws, but you just don't actively promote. Would there be an effect? Yes. Would it probably be minimal? Yes.
Thank you. I guess because my question was, if some of this is spirit of cooperation, basically what we're saying is we're not going to be a party at the dialogue, and so perhaps some of our issues that we're talking about with disparities of outcomes and prison to school pipeline, we might not be a voice in those discussions if we're not actively. I'm not dismissing any of it. I'm just saying sometimes there is value to being at the table to have those kind of conversations. I'm not saying yet how I feel about that. That would be an unintended consequence, because it doesn't sound to me like law enforcement would change anything they're doing, whether we are a part of this agreement or not.
Thank you, Ms. Fugit. Ms. Owen, did you have one last comment before we move to item 3?
Yes, I do. A couple. Backing up to the idea that sometimes we know that they are in classrooms and sometimes we don't, based on the seriousness of the offense. That causes me to take pause at what we've been told tonight and wonder, if these are serious habitual offenses, at what point would there be a serious habitual offense that would not be serious and habitual enough for us to know about? And also on page 6, we are agreeing to provide attendance and discipline files for all of these agencies to the SHOCAP task force. We are also agreeing to ensure that our SHOCAP students will adhere to the terms of probation. We are agreeing to ensure, that's what it says in C, ensure that SHOs will adhere to terms of probation or aftercare that pertain to school through placement decisions and supervision. What kind of supervision is that setting us up to be required to provide? That could be any number of things. And I think we need some serious time to look at this and define some of these terms that we have nothing on. Thank you.
Okay. We're going to move to item number 3 now. Do we have anybody signed up for public forum? Check on the public forum. Item number 3, is there any discussion or questions about the school nutrition program? Okay. Item number 4, regarding the Ames Tiger evaluation system and the schools that are going to pilot it.
I had signed up, but then took my name off right when I got to the meeting. Is there any way I could just say a comment? I had signed up to speak on this issue.
We're on the Tiger evaluation. Mr. Shelton, if you would like to speak Wednesday night, that'll be fine, but we've already moved on to item number 4 or 5. Item number 4. So if you'd like to sign up Wednesday night to speak to it. Okay. Item number 4, the Ames Tiger, do I see any discussion? Item 5, agreement with the University of Tennessee. Item 6. Item 7. Item 8. Item 9. Item 10. 11. 12. Jennifer?
Do we have any clarification on what this test bank actually includes? It says that it's a test bank aligned with Tennessee state standards for creation of common assessments and grade level benchmarks. Are they also aligned with our tests? Are they just aligned with our state standards? What is included there, and has anyone actually seen that database?
Dr. Reisler?
Thank you, Ms. Bounds. This actually, the USA test prep is something we've used for many years. And basically the purpose of it is, we do common benchmarking throughout in classrooms. So this is just allows, the problem with that is teachers generate their own. Sometimes you don't have the validity in the questions and the alignment to the state standards. So this has been one we've used kind of in the last couple of years, just so that they can generate the questions from that bank as opposed to creating their own.
Okay, so teachers are using the test bank to make their own assessments and do their own benchmarking?
Correct.
Great, thank you.
Okay, moving on. Item 13. Item 14. Item 15. Item 16. 17. Item 18. 19. 20. 21. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, and 37. Okay, we'll move into board policies then. We'll try to speed that up. We'll take, let's see, item A we'll do separately because I think we do have someone that wants to speak on that. So looking at item A, second reading of Knox County Board of Education Policy, G180 personnel files. Is there any discussion from board members or questions?
And we had one person signed to speak about this, and that is Brenda Owensby. Ms. Owensby, if you'll just come up and state your name.
Hi, my name is Brenda Owensby, and I wanted to speak to the policy. I know that many of you spend a lot of time revising these policies, And since 2009, this policy has said that the files would include evaluation data or evaluations of the employees. This past year, I reviewed 2 employee files. Neither had any information regarding performance. I wanted to see whether a harassment complaint was in one file. It wasn't, and maybe you don't put those in, I don't know. In the other file, items were found that shouldn't have been included. And I guess my concern is if there's no performance information in the files, you know, how do you select? How are the selections made for the various positions? I know one of these people has been since promoted to a new school. And I don't know about any of the credentials weren't in there. No evaluations were in there. I just think that you guys go to a lot of trouble to revise these policies, and what I see is no accountability for seeing that the policies are followed. I mean, these were just 2 at random. I would have gone back and asked for more just to see if these were kind of outliers, but the truth was so much of the information was redacted, I didn't want the personnel people to have to go through all of that again. But my guess is that those policies just haven't been followed. And that was in the policy in 2009. So now you're revising that to update it when we didn't follow the policy in the first place. I know that if there's a policy that, you know, has media attention or something else, you know, folks are all over it. But this impacts teachers. In reference to the policy later on where you're addressing not paying teachers who have been suspended while the investigation is going on, I know that in the past, central office people have been suspended and been paid for weeks, maybe even months, while an investigation is going on. I would like to suggest that there is no reason that an investigation has to go on and on and on. And to say that not to pay the teachers while an investigation is occurring, when we're paying other people who are more highly paid than the teachers, and the teachers are on a very precarious budget, a lot of them anyway. And to take their salaries away when there's no proof. I can think of a recent example where a teacher who had already signed up to retire was escorted from the school, wasn't allowed back into the school for her retirement celebration. They had to do that off-site. And I'm pretty sure that incident occurred in April or before. And where's the result? All that the other people see is, oh, here was an allegation that hit the paper. It was okay to share that with the media, but the resolution wasn't shared. It's my understanding that DHS cleared her right away. But where's the resolution from the school? How is it fair to rob that person of a retirement that she can go out successfully? Now, I don't know this person from Adam, don't get me wrong, but that just seems very, very callous. So I would just encourage you. We talk about accountability for students. We talk about it for teachers. I'm not seeing it in other places. I don't see any of it in other places. And that saddens me. And I know that you have new people, and I'm not suggesting that the new people aren't doing their job. I'm just suggesting there doesn't seem to be any accountability when it comes to central office. No data for evaluations, nothing like that. We can do better. I know we can. We can do better than that. And our students and our teachers and our community deserve for us to do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Owensby. Jennifer?
Is it okay for me to directly address something that a concern that she brought up? Okay. Dr. Owensby, I just want to let you know that I've been looking at some personnel files also, and for board members, they don't have to be redacted. So if you have specific concerns, if you will let me know, I will also ask to look at those. A lot of the evaluation data that is done electronically is also stored electronically. If you would like to go and look at my file sometime, what you'll see, back in olden days, you'll see my paper evaluations up until the time that we started doing them electronically. And mine has already been redacted for other reasons, so they won't have to do any extra work there, I don't think. So if you'd like to see how that evaluation data was stored, and it's now stored electronically, and I believe our policy is to not include that, but can we include my old ones without, can I sign off to, I have a copy of my file, I'll give it to you, how about that? That'll work. And I'd like to ask if Mr. Dupler could clarify the difference in those policies, because I know it was a little hard to wrap our head around when a person is on leave or suspended, when it's with pay, when it's without pay. It's some semantic things there. Thank you.
Mr. Dupler.
Of course, that's not G180. We're talking about a one further down, correct? But I'll be happy to address that. The change for that particular policy that we're talking about, suspended versus leave, is a change, frankly, for legal purposes. When you're talking about a suspension, legally by definition, that's without pay. Now, a leave could be either or, could be with pay or without pay. And it's my understanding that that the school district for some time has put employees on leave when there's an investigation, and most of the time with pay. But frankly, the change in the policy before the board is for the legal purposes of the definitions.
Thank you. Ms. Etheridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, because I'm trying to figure out did I hear, Jennifer, did you say that if she couldn't get information that you were going to go in the file and get it for them?
No, not.
What did you just say?
If there's a concern that I'm already looking at some files, so I will investigate that. I can't give her that information because that wouldn't be legal.
Right, that's why I'm just making sure that everybody understands what you said, because what you said just, okay.
Thank you. Yes, I will be glad to follow up on that as a board member and give no more information than legally able to, because that would. Okay. But I'll give you my file though.
I just want to make sure everyone went like,
do whatever I want to with that.
I was going to make sure we got that clear.
Anybody else wants my file, let me know. It's not very exciting.
Okay. Ms. Hill.
I appreciate your clarification about that was then and this is now, Dr. Owensby, because I think you do see that we have a different person at the helm, not only with the superintendent, but with our HR, and I do believe that these things will be changing, but I appreciate your oversight very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Mr. Roundtree.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to see if Dr. Drummond could just clarify for all of us the line in that policy about the evaluation information. My understanding was in the code it talks about we're not allowed to give out the evaluation scores. Is that correct? If you could just address that.
Yes, Dr. Drummond.
Thank you.
We are not allowed to provide that information to the public, and it will be redacted, as Ms. Owens said, that it is electronically done at this time, and so it will not be made available to the public like that.
And that's based on Tennessee code.
That is correct.
Yes. So if someone came in and wanted to say, I'll use myself as an example. I want to see Amber Roundtree's evaluation scores from, 2012. The numbers itself would be redacted and wouldn't be provided.
That is correct. But it would be your file. You could see your own file.
Yeah,
if you ask for someone. If you ask for someone else.
Yes, if I asked for someone else or someone else came in, and so I think there have been concerns about some of the things in the files, but I think specifically with evaluations, that information, Dr. Owensby, is not something we can release publicly, specifically evaluation scores.
But I am one of the dinosaurs that you can go look at all of mine because they're paper. So anyway, moving on then to item B, which is also a second reading. Is there any discussion or questions about item B, board policy, item B? Okay, then let's try to speed this up with these first readings, and let's do C, D, and E. Are there any questions about C, D, or E for discussion? F, G, and H. I, J, K. Ms. Owen?
I can do this quickly, and this will save us time in the future, I promise. Several of these policies we talked about a while back, if they were just semantic corrections or if we were just adding a link to another policy, whether we needed to actually go through 2 readings, whether we needed to bring that to the board at all. And so I think it might be a good idea Wednesday for us to look at a motion to put some of these together. There are several here, G360, G461, G470, I230, and I380, that are only changes in the legal citation, or in I230, it's the only addition says see board policy I231. So all it is either a reference mark or a legal citation that's being added. And so I think it would behoove us to save quite a lot of time there and group some of these so that we don't have to do them individually and so that we don't have to necessarily have 2 readings if we are just adding the legal citation.
Okay, Ms. Fugit.
Thank you. I think that's a good idea. I'd like the law director's opinion on, do we have to change some sort of board policy or something to suspend our policy to say that all board policy revisions have to have 2 readings? I'm just, because I agree with you, because most of what we've been doing this year is just saying we looked at it and we changed the date and we're still good with it. And if that's the case, then perhaps the board policy review committee could create a board policy that would give us that authority. And on that silly note, I'll end my conversation. But I do think that's something you need to tell us. Do we have to suspend some sort of policy for 2 readings or not?
The board could do either or. There is a specific policy. I was searching for it, but I mean, there's a specific policy regarding, and that's what you're referring to, obviously, the 2 readings. So this board could either suspend it for the particular ones enumerated by Ms. Owen. That's one option for the board. The other option for the board is to fashion some new language and change that particular policy so that in the future, if there's just a minor change, such as a citation, 1 reading would be sufficient.
Hey, Ms. Owen, back to you.
I would just add that it's a little bit tricky when you get into saying that we want to just allow minor changes, because I was once an executive secretary of an association whose policy said the executive secretary will update the Constitution as needed. That's a whole lot of power. So I think we need to be careful with that as we do this. And I'll be glad to make a list of these that are just, I've already made a little list, so I'll send that to Terry and then she can forward it on.
Okay, Ms. Fugit.
I was just going to say, can Ms. Coatney send me the list of the ones she wants me to group together and suspend the bylaws for? Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, go team member. Okay, where are we at, Ms. Coatney? L? Okay, L, M, and N. O, P, and Q. RS and, I'm sure we're going down here, RS and T. U, V, and W. X, Y, and Z. And we'll do, these are first readings also, but A through E. F through J. Oh, that's right. Ms. Horn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, I think I missed one of them that I wanted to ask
go
a
back.
question on.
Which one?
On Y, Have you've gone past
We're
that?
way
No.
back.
I know, sorry.
Okay, back to why.
Do we need to look at adding social networking to this policy? I don't think it's included, and we may want to add those specific social networking sites, or just the social networking. Lines, it's I-222, it would be page 1, line 31 and 32.
Missy, who wants to address that? Ms. Jackson, do you want to? Okay.
Thank you. I think when we were reviewing this policy, we were trying to keep the language as open as possible to new networking sites opening up. And so using the language of networking sites allows us to monitor anything new that comes out. Does that answer your question?
So that would include those social networking sites also?
It would.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Owen?
I believe there's also a social media policy that's in progress, that's not finished. And this one is more specific to federal law that requires that we regulate internet safety. So the social media policy, I think we were still looking back and forth at that language because it was kind of funny.
I think it may be in our next policy review meeting. Okay, so we were on F through J. I hope I didn't miss anybody. Give you all time to question or discussion on those. If not, let's do K, L, M, and N. Ms. Roundtree?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We just have a public speaker signed up to speak to 8MM. So I don't know if anybody has comments about those. But.
Is there any board comments before we let the speaker speak at public forum? Okay.
Yeah? Okay. All right, so we have one speaker for this item, and it is Courtney Shea.
I just wanted to speak briefly in favor of there's 4 sort of related changes in policies, MN and so on, the next 4. All are related to making references to restorative practices. And I wanted to speak in favor of the board, including restorative practices when principals are considering how to deal with behavior problems in their school. I'm going to go ahead and jump, though, to J, so I don't have to get up and speak again, to J 2011, because I had a question about, or I can wait. I just had a question about wording there. It just didn't make any sense, and I thought you ought to look at it. But all these, I think it's important for the board to understand that they've made commitments about restorative practices and to change these policies so that the schools can start to implement them.
If you have a comment about J211, go ahead and make that.
Yeah,
now.
it's page 2, line 14 to 16. It talks about implement practices to achieve safer and less violent schools for students, teachers, and administrators through restorative practices, positive behavior intervention support, and implicit biases. And implicit biases makes no sense. So you need to have something like staff training to recognize and manage implicit biases, something like that. So some of you all may have some language, but that was something I thought should be addressed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's do these last 3 separately. N, first reading of policy J193. Is there any discussion or comments? Sorry, we were just talking about 191. Did you have a comment about 191, Ms. Hill, on letter M?
Yes, I thought that
She was,
Yes,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
I would just appreciate some confirmation meetings that I had with Dr. Davis and Ms. Massey and Dr. Thomas, several others, as far as this being the document that we feel like most appropriately meets the needs of where we are at this point in time as far as implementing our changes with restorative practices. And
Are you, okay, is there
That we
anybody in
had-
particular,
that we
Ms.
had talked about.
Massey? Go ahead, Ms. Massey.
So this policy is the policy that, looking at as it was originally written, the strike through on all the level 1, 2, 3, and 4 and 5 behaviors would be replaced by the discipline guidelines that were developed through the year-long process with the committee. And that document is a document that was again, developed. We had about 50 principals, assistant principals, community stakeholders, parents, and then we had received, not part of the ongoing committee, but we received feedback from students, and one of those subcommittees was the discipline guideline. They developed the discipline guidelines, which we sent out to the schools for some feedback. We received some feedback, made some adjustments, had meetings with all of the principals, and tried to make those additional changes as well. But this is the policy that if we were to adopt the revised version would be dependent upon us utilizing the new revised discipline guidelines.
all right, and again, help me with this. I understood that because we have not, we're not fully trained and not able to fully implement these changes, that we might be remiss to go ahead and adopt this new policy when in fact the existing policy still allows for levels.
Yes, if we were to, I mean, part of the feedback from some of the principals was that they felt like we weren't ready to implement the new guidelines. They would like to have a year to bring some of their teachers on board. That's some of the feedback that we have received. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I do think we need to spend a minute looking at this. My concern is that if we adopt, or I know this is just first reading, the policy presented in our agenda, that it may not totally mesh with the training and the implementation of our new practices, because of the fact that not all schools have had an opportunity to be fully trained. Not an effort at all to delay what we've talked about at length, and to comply with our disparities recommendations, but simply slowing down. And by slowing down, I only mean because of the sheer volume of people that have had to be trained and change that has occurred. We need to not get the cart before the horse in this. So I'm asking for some other board input. I know several of us went to the elementary, middle, and high school principals meetings. I know Ms. Bounds and Ms. Owens, you attended one. I know at the high school level, I heard that no one was against these changes. No one had any issues with implementing the restorative practices, but they just did not feel fully prepared at this point in time to be able to do that. Some schools did, and if they can, absolutely move forward. But those that did not had some concerns about being tied to a policy where, in fact, they are not fully prepared and trained to implement what it states.
So I was going to mention there are several principals and assistant principals here this evening if you want to hear from any of them.
I noticed that. And thank you all for coming. I was going to recognize you at the end because I didn't do it earlier. do any of you want to speak to the board as to those thoughts on that Ms. Hill just raised about implementing a policy, passing a policy and implementing it before being fully trained?
Mr. Brown, I
Yeah,
was going to say, Andrew Brown had to leave, but he left his comments with me, so I can share
okay.
those.
Go ahead, right, Mr. Seavey.
Ryan Seavey, Farragut High School. I think that I would echo the idea that, you know, having more training before we dive headfirst into that is probably a good thing, and I have heard that from my colleagues.
Okay. Any other comments you want to make? Okay, then Ms. Roundtree can read. I'm sorry, Mr. Brown had to leave. You come on up. Yeah, come on up.
Yeah, Mr. Brown's apologized. He had to leave to get to his two children, but he just wanted to, I guess, echo sort of what Mr. Seavey said, that, and I think this is a great term to use, is that this really is a paradigm shift for our district and going to this new idea of restorative practice. And just the concern was raised that the teachers have had very little input. And so while it is, you know, we're sort of facing this shift, there's concern, I guess the best way to put it would be about teacher buy-in. And we really need to have the training for the restorative practices to get everyone on the same page. I feel like there's been a lot of discussion about it, but there is some concern about the timeline for getting all the teachers trained so we're all on the same page and on board. I don't know if you all would echo that. I mean, I think that he was happy that the principals had a hand in the revisions and were part of that process, but like you said, Ms. Hill, and like what Mr. Seavey said, just concerned about the timeline to roll this out effectively and successfully. So.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lutton, did you want to speak to it? Thank you.
Sure. I'm Katie Lutton. I'm the principal at Holston Middle School, and I do want to applaud the new changes into our policy. And even if the policy doesn't, go into effect, I do want to say that on behalf of myself and my staff, we've begun making those changes all the way back in April. In fact, I'm getting the whole staff trained by August in restorative practices, because this is another tool in their toolkit. It isn't a wholesale change in the way we do things. It is the way that in which they deal with behavior challenges in their classes. And so I think that starts with a clear message from our district, and then it filters into the teachers really getting a sense of what that is. And I think that goes into the training. And they've had a great summer sessions, and so we've had a lot of teachers who have been trained from our district. But I know, even if it doesn't happen in the policy, I do think that we could lose momentum if there isn't a push, or at least some push from the board that it needs to happen in the practices, right? Maybe not in the policy so much, but in the practices that you all definitely govern. I think that really needs to happen from the board, and a strong message from you all in favor of this change, because it's a much needed change. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, okay, come on. Y'all sit here a long time and waited.
We need to give a shout out to these principals.
Yeah.
My name is Tommy Watson, principal at Carter Middle School. I was actually on the committee, the discipline the guidelines committee. Worked hard on that. Spent over a year looking at things. These were needed changes. They're good changes. But I want to echo what Ms. Lutton and Mr. Seavey said. I don't know if our teachers are ready to fully implement at this point. And, we don't want to, I'll use the team example. When we implement a team from the state level, it pushed the teachers over the edge and then had fallback. You don't want this to be the same case. Now, is this great for kids? Yes. Okay, so that's the reason I think you push forward, you do the practices, but as we get the teachers trained and our staffs trained, then we implement full policy. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any other okay.
Hi,
I'm Jessica Strickland. I'm the principal at Halls Middle School, and I just want to echo what my colleagues have said. We feel like the work that has gone into this with all of the stakeholders in Knox County that have spent a lot of time on this has been very worthwhile. It's going to be very essential that we do make sure that our teachers fully understand what this is about. Some of my teachers at Halls over the development of this felt like this was something for only inner city schools or only schools with very high need. And so as we began to train them through our PLCs and our vertical plans, they began to see, okay, this is for all students, and it's just a different way. It is a paradigm shift. So having this time to make sure that they fully understand it and how to implement it is going to be crucial. But what we don't want to do is say, we're not going to put the policy in place this year, so it gets left off until we're in the same boat again next year. If the policy doesn't pass, it's important that we implement the procedures and that we learn from each other and spend this year getting ready for when it is policy, but still really focusing on the importance of this because it is what's right for all kids, no matter what school they're in our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call, any other principals that have waited and want to speak? Okay, then I'm going to just go in the order that I saw your mics come down. And Terry, I'll come back to you, but I'll let everybody else have a chance first. And Mr. McMillan, your mic came down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am concerned, too, about what the teachers think about this. I'm not sure that we'll have any idea until school starts back and they have some discussions because people are on vacations and going to school and doing other things. A lot of them are real busy during the summer. I guess one of the things that kind of concerns me a little bit, and maybe I'm missing something, is the I know it's mentioned in double M. It may be mentioned in at least one of the others down through there about going ahead and where the training has occurred, going ahead and implementing it in those schools, but not doing it, obviously, in the schools where the training has not occurred. To me, and like I say, maybe I'm missing something, but to me it seems like we would be operating under two sets of rules, so to speak. I think that might be confusing to some people, and so if you're a teacher at this school over here and a kid does something, there's a certain way you deal with him. If he deals with it, if another kid does something at another school, he's dealt with in a totally different manner. I realize that principals have discretion, and that sort of stuff has gone on for years. But I guess I have some concerns too about exactly, although I got a bunch of information today about restorative practices, but I'm still not really clear on what exactly that involves. I think, maybe we ought to look at some point having maybe a little workshop or something at some point for the board's benefit, so we could talk about it's so, I think I got, I don't know how many pages of information today, but it was too much for me to read that late in the day. So I guess that's my biggest concern, is that we're all on the same page and we understand what's going on, and two, the people that are out there that have to deal with it on the front lines, the teachers. I know that the administrators have to deal with it too. I don't mean to imply that, but the first line is the classroom teacher. I'd like to know once it's explained to them and they fully understand it, because I've had a couple of teachers mention to me since school was out, from what they were hearing, well, there's just not going to be any rules next year. They're not going to send anybody to the office. You just have to deal with it as best you can. So, and unfortunately for me, I really didn't have much response to them because I couldn't dispute that. That was a rumor that they had heard. Anyway, also, this is something for next month, but I need to get with the law director and work on it. But I'm going to try to, it could be connected somewhat to this. I'm going to try to get with the law director and come up with something that sort of will help fight discrimination on more than one level. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next person is Ms. Owen.
Okay, I'm going to talk for a minute, and then I'll hush. I think our biggest problem that we have here is one that we're dancing around and not really getting to, and that problem is that we have a giant communication problem in Knox County schools. We have policy here that we are looking at changing that says that we are going to follow procedure, and those procedures are not attached. Nobody is looking at those. The community isn't seeing them. So we've spent hours and hours looking at these in Policy Review Committee. We have spent hours making sure that we had very specific language that allows for what we're actually doing now. It allows those schools that have been trained to use that training. Yeah, we do have different ways of doing things at different schools. We can't train everyone all at once. We've already determined that that is beyond our capabilities. So we've been training as we can go. So we can either say, hold on, if you've been trained in restorative practices, we're going to wait 3 years and then you can use them, which I think is ridiculous. Or we can allow those schools that have been trained, allow those schools that are using it to use it. And that is why we worked very hard and why I asked to put this policy off last month, because that language somehow, after all of our discussion and ensuring that we had the semantics we really needed, after all of that, those words didn't make it to the policy. And I thought that it was very unfair for our community to go from Monday to Wednesday and have different policies. Here's the one we're looking at Monday, and then, oh, here's the one we're passing. And the major part of that policy that we wanted to make sure we had says, in schools where the training has been completed. In schools where training has been completed. If you haven't done training yet, it doesn't apply to you. We don't expect you to do something you haven't been trained to do. That would be ridiculous. That's not supportive. That's not helpful. That would be a ludicrous way for an administration to run anything. In schools where the training has been completed, use of restorative practices shall be used to the greatest extent practicable. In other words, maybe you have had all of the training, but you don't have the staff you need yet. So we can't say you are going to fully implement everything that you don't have the resources to implement. What this policy asks is that we follow the procedures that our principals have worked very diligently on for over 2 years, and that we look at those levels, and where we have had training, we use it. Where we haven't, we don't. It basically asks us to use some common sense. With that, I think we need to understand that we have had a lot of distrust in Knox County schools for many, many years. We don't necessarily trust that these things are going to happen. Looking at the 2007 recommendations, plenty of reason to not trust that these things are going to happen. So I think it is urgent that we have made a commitment to follow through with recommendations, and that those schools that are ready to follow through be allowed to follow through. I also think it is urgent that we communicate with people. When you have a policy that has dependent guidelines that go with that policy, those should be attached to that policy. It should all be there. We should never, ever be looking at a part of the whole. We should be looking at everything that works together. If we have community members looking at this policy, they have no idea that suspension is part of those guidelines. They have no idea that there are levels that students will absolutely positively be suspended for. They have no idea that nowhere in those guidelines does it say that we aren't going to do that. I think as a board, it's urgent that we require our administration to communicate more clearly, that it's not buried in some random disparities webpage that nobody can find, like our ombudsman, by the way. They are buried back there. Good luck finding them. I think it's urgent that people be able to find the information, see the information, read it, and understand it. If we actually had it all in front of everyone right now, I think everyone in this room would say, oh, well, I can do that. Because they make sense. They've had a lot of work go into them to make sure they make sense. Is it possible that somewhere in those guidelines there's going to be something that doesn't work perfectly? Absolutely. We're working with human beings. We're working with kids. Things aren't always going to work exactly perfectly. I know we have some folks in the community who want to see, here's what we're going to do. Kid does this, we do this. But we all know that's not reasonable, because 8-year-old does this, 18-year-old does this. There need to be some very different consequences potentially. So we need to have some autonomy at our schools so that our principals can look at those things and use the leadership skills they have and the common sense they have to do what is necessary within our guidelines, within our policy, within our laws, to do what they need to do to maintain order in their schools, to support learning in their classrooms, to support their teachers. And then our district level administrators need to support the decisions of those principals. All through everything that I've seen to this point, it talks about documentation, very clear documentation of what you have done. Everywhere throughout those policies, throughout the procedures, there are places where everything can be escalated. If you've documented everything clearly, then it moves on up, just like we would normally do, just like we've always done since as long as I can remember. It's like just a little while. There's nothing here that says we're not going to suspend kids. We might suspend a whole bunch of kids. If they are not behaving, then that's what, appropriately, if they are causing problems that are a danger to themselves and others, then there are times when they need a different placement. We're also saying that when we have restorative practices, we're going to use those first. And we're going to see if we can help those children learn appropriate behaviors, not because we don't want to suspend kids, but because we don't want to have to suspend kids. And I think that is the piece that we have seriously failed to communicate with our communities, is that we aren't trying to suspend fewer kids. We are trying to need to suspend fewer kids. We want to suspend fewer kids because we don't have to suspend as many kids. So our problem is not in our policy, it's not in our guidelines, it's not in the work that we have done. Our problem is communicating this to everyone so that they aren't afraid of these changes that aren't really huge changes, so that they aren't afraid to do the things that they are already doing in their schools. But to back up now, when we have promised for 10 years to move forward on these policies, the distrust that has been here for so long can only be increased by that.
Thank you, Ms. Owen. Can we, I don't mean to cut you short, but there's several other people that want to speak, and we didn't do a time limit on board members. Okay, so Ms. Horn, did you still want to address this? Okay.
I'll try to make it quick. I appreciate the feedback that you've gotten from principals and all the principals who took the time to give you that feedback. I do think it's important that we have time for teachers to review these and have teacher buy-in. I've heard from some teachers who are concerned, and I think that Mr. McMillan and Ms. Owen both kind of referenced that also. I do think we need to get policies in place as soon as possible, because I'm a little uncomfortable with taking the misbehavior levels that are currently in policy to take those out. I think it's important that we have policies stated, that anybody can go to our website and find those policies and have them readily available. Would it be a problem for schools once you have the feedback from teachers that based on all that work that's been done over the summer, when some teachers have reviewed that information and you feel like it's ready to go, you've had all the feedback you need, for those changes to be implemented midstream, basically? Or what, do you understand my question?
Are you asking Ms. Massey?
Ms. Massey,
Okay,
yes.
Ms. Massey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that when you talk about, the importance of establishing a classroom at the beginning of the year and setting expectations for kids, I think that process needs to happen at the beginning of the year. When we look at where schools are, we have several schools that are already implementing. I mean, they're not waiting. When Ms. Lutton said they'll be fully trained, but she began some processes, is my understanding, you're shaking your head, some circles, et cetera, when they went to the training in April. But so I would think that we would, if I were making a recommendation, it would be that the schools that are trained and ready, I mean, Jeffrey Wright and his team are training. We're doing trainings every single day this summer. If you see him and he's looking a little frazzled, it's because he's training every day. We had 5 schools there today, 3 middle schools and 2 high schools doing restorative practice training with their teams. So for the schools that are ready to move forward, I think that we need them to be able to move forward. I don't think that getting teacher feedback and starting with something once school has already started would be, not something that I would recommend. I think that would be very challenging. A big piece of the PBIS about restorative practices is really spending that time initially establishing what the expectations are, teaching those expectations, and getting the student buy-in. When I think about, and Tommy Watson, are you still here, Tommy? Tommy Watson, I'm going to pick on him a little bit. He did it right. I mean, he did the PBIS training. His staff, they spent the first few weeks working and establishing those expectations, teaching those expectations, and the proof is in the pudding. When you look at his rate of suspension, and I think he can probably quote those numbers off the top of his head, it's impressive because he did it right. So we definitely want to have the buy-in. I think that but to show it to somebody, to show something to somebody that's not really been through the training, I mean, that evolution, that click comes. I worry that going to, even if I spend an hour, Jeffrey Wright spends an hour explaining what something is, that magic happens in that multiple day training. And I'll turn to the principals who've been through that training where the teachers are like, oh my gosh, this is going to happen. So I don't, to back to what Mr. McMillan said, if you don't understand what's happening, and we can't give you that in an hour, then you're probably going to be, worried or concerned. We really need that opportunity to have the time to train so that people can really understand and kind of get that investment. Because I think otherwise, if we just sent out a survey and said, do you want to try something different, that people really didn't understand, I don't know that we would get meaningful feedback. If I go to Carter Middle and I go to Holston Middle and I go to Northwest Middle where we've been implementing some things and I get teacher feedback there, I think you're going to hear a very different story.
Okay, that's great to hear. I guess my question is our intent as a board, once the level 1, 2, 3 behaviors that you referenced, Jennifer, that we have here, once those are ready to go, it is my opinion that that needs to become part of our policy. So I think that's my question. Where is that? Are we in agreement on that? Are we planning to put them into this policy once you have them ready to go?
So the discipline guidelines have traditionally not been a part of policy. We could definitely label those level 1, 2, and 3, but the ability to kind of move between those for principals to have that autonomy to the discretion, we've put a range of things in there. And then, you know, as we put things into practice, sometimes we find that, oh, we should have done a little bit more here, a little bit less here. So that's why we've kept that in procedure, so it doesn't take a board meeting if we need to get something adjusted based on principal feedback. Does that make sense?
Well, we in the policy currently, there are levels
Right.
in there. So
We have the levels. We've made every adjustment that the principals have recommended. I've not shared that back out with the folks that were on the discipline committee, just because we did that meeting the week before last and I've been on vacation. So that information hasn't been shared, because that's going to look, we've made some changes about what was a level 2 versus a level 3 based on principal feedback. So, but do we have that information, and are we at a place where I think we're in agreement on what those different level behaviors are? I believe the answer to that question is yes.
Okay. I think I have a concern about, we've had it in the policy, now we're taking all this out. I like the idea of someone being able to go to our policy and see what those levels are, so that it's clear, there's not ambiguity about what it is, if it varies by school, by student, that kind of thing. So if anybody else has feedback on that, I would appreciate hearing it.
Okay.
Mr. Dupler, is there a way to attach those in a way that is clear that they are, I mean, when we say we're going to follow these guidelines, is there a way that they can be attached but not part of the policy? Does that make sense?
I think that's what Ms. Ford was referring to.
Yes. I mean, you know, as they exist currently, the policy J191 includes more general descriptions of the guidelines themselves, and then what principals are able to refer to, it's not a procedure. It could be a procedure, but it's the guidelines themselves. I mean, and those are very similar to a procedure in that, you know, central office and administration is able to, you know, tweak those from time to time for very specific circumstances. So, I mean, currently we have the general in policy, and we have something more specific that is called the guidelines.
Okay. Then moving on, I think Ms. Dethridge was next.
No, I think hers was down from it.
Oh, Ms. Duguid, do you want to go
Okay.
before Ms.
Sure,
Dethridge?
I'll be called on. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of comments. One, I echo Ms. Owen's concern that we have spent years talking about this, and it is time to do something. And as the board, we must show leadership that we expect our schools to move toward this model. The language that says as practical or where they are being implemented, I think we would do a disservice. Again, we've made a commitment, we would look like we're retracting. So I support moving forward with the language. I also understand every school is different, and some principals aren't ready because they haven't been through the training. But I think we have to put a stake in the ground and say, this is what we expect. This is the direction we want to go in. This is what we promised the community, and we've committed to the training. So in the schools, as they get trained, schools will be held accountable to behave in this way. I think that's pretty clear. I also think we need to be very careful not to micromanage what gets what kind of punishment. We hire principals, we pay them nice salaries. They understand their schools, they understand their students. And just so you know, disparities in education and discipline happen everywhere. My son, who's now second lieutenant in the Army, got sent to the principal's office and got in-school suspension for talking in keyboarding class. And another student who got a different assistant principal years ago said, "Oh, knucklehead, I've never seen you, don't do this anymore." That's discretion. And that's what we need to be allowing our principals to do. So I intend to support, because I think we have to put a stake in the ground and say that this is what we expect. That doesn't mean that I'm not listening to the teachers and I'm not listening to the principals. What I'm hearing is they think this is a good idea. Once they're fully trained, they don't mind doing it. So.
Okay, Ms. Etheridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to restate what everybody said because I agree with the fact that I think from last month to this month, was anything changed on the policy? Not really. Because we had in there last week that it was going to be training has been completed, the restorative practices shall be used to the greatest extent possible, practical. So it's not necessarily the policy, which is usually general, it's the guidelines. And I agree, I think the guidelines should be just a link. And when you look at it, what are they called? Guidelines?
Yeah, discipline guidelines.
Well, should be on a policy, and if you want to see them, just click on it, and you get all those behavior levels that Susan is talking about so that they are readily available, and everybody has access. And I agree that for those schools, which a lot of them are in my district, have been through PBIS and restorative practices, and I would hate to think that we're holding back on that because we continue to say we need teachers' input. We said that last month, and I said, okay, it's summertime, but it's not my problem, figure out how to get it done. And now we're talking about we need teachers' input. I think that most of the people that have principals that have done this, and a lot of them that's been through training, should go ahead and try to implement this. They're ready. They want to go ahead and start dealing with their students, and so with supporting them with restorative practices, and I believe that we should do that. I was really nice to hear the principal at Howes Middle School who thought that this was only for the inner city, but found out that it's for everybody. I think those type of learning, training is very, very beneficial. I think we now understand that the more we do train and people are exposed, the better the Knox County school system as a whole. And I just think that we need to just move on with those that are ready, don't hold them back, and as more training is done, because like Missy said, there's training done constantly, and you're going to have schools that's going to be struggling, but we hopefully, when you have these principals meetings, which they have regularly, they can share. They can actually help each other. They can work through this. But I believe that we need to go ahead and implement this and get it started, because somewhere along the line, if we don't, it's just going to be another couple of years and we still at the same point we are now, how we discipline our students and what we need to do and how we need to do it. And we're all afraid because we don't want to do it wrong. But you have to start somewhere. So let's start with those schools that are ready, have been training, and are excited about it. And especially, I love my principal at Holston, and I think she's excited, and I'm excited for them to get this started. So let's go for it.
Thank you. We're back to where we started. Ms. Hill?
Okay. I want to be sure that whatever we end up with here reflects some specific comments that I heard in the meeting June 22nd that there was 18 high school administrators in there, along with Mr. Thomas and Danny Trent, several other central office folks. And in this meeting, they took at each behavior level and then went through it one by one and moved forward. Their attitude remained positive the whole time. The attitude remained positive. There was never any pushback about how we don't want to do this or we don't like this change. But the discussion did start to bog down when certain points were made, and administrators shared specific situations that just didn't plug in, just didn't work into a specific behavior level. To everyone's credit there, adjustments were made along the way. As you said, Missy, I think you've got them all worked in now. Although I did make a note that a few of them needed to be discussed with legal, and that has occurred, so all that's good. No one stated they did not want to pursue restorative practices, but that there was clearly some angst in the group about having the final draft and having adequate time to educate the staff of the changes of this final draft, which is still right now not in anybody's hands. Is that correct?
We've sent final draft back out to principals, I believe. I'd have to confirm.
All right. So final draft just this now is getting out for school that's starting in 3 weeks. The group was in unanimous agreement that these behavior levels and response guidelines not be required for implementation this school year, but to allow a phase-in that aligns with the training and comfort level already established in each school. And for lack of a better word, make this more of a learning year. You know, the ones that are trained, like we've said, and are ready to go, and the staffs are fully up to speed in it, let them go with it. Let them go. You know, we might learn a few things about what works and what doesn't work. Another thing that I heard after the meeting, also several, was the system readiness of the new, not ISS person, what's it called?
Restorative practice.
Restorative practice. Interventionist. These people are just still being hired, just now being hired. Okay, these are the folks that are going to be responsible for implementing a lot of these practices in these high schools, and they're not even trained yet. And you know, sometimes it takes more than just sitting through 3 days of training to suddenly come out and be the expert and know exactly what is going to work. And there might be some advantage too to schools that are not at the comfort level yet to allow this person to come in and you know, integrate into the school too with there's just going to be a learning curve. And again, this is not an effort to put it off, to not go 2 years, 3 years, not at all. But y'all, we are trying to move a mountain here, I think, with a bulldozer. As Missy said, we have trained and trained and trained all summer long, and done a marvelous job. When you have got over 90 schools, it's just not something that can happen even in a summer or even a 6-month period. It is happening, and it will continue to happen, and this is not going away. I just strongly, strongly urge us that whatever we end up passing, that it does give the flexibility to those schools that are not as far along as some others to be able to work into it and not. I don't want these teachers coming back the first day of school and being shown all of this, the vast majority that have never laid eyes on it. That's just not really, I don't think, smart on our part, because we want this to work. Everybody's on the same page. We cannot screw this up, you guys. We cannot screw this up. And I have just some real concerns if we try to shove it down everybody and say, okay, in 3 weeks, this is what your school's doing. Every school's doing this. This is, you know, and if you've had the training, then you're doing it. But just because you've had the training does not mean that your school is ready to rock and roll on it, because you still got tons of teachers that haven't had the training. You know, it's just not worked its way down yet. I want this to happen. I want it to be positive. we are not a Alcoa or Oak Ridge where we've got 3 or 4 or 5 schools that we're trying to initiate this change in. We are a huge system, and we can do this. We can do it right, and we need to do it right. And I have real fears that if we push this too hard this first year without just the proper preparation, that we're going to fall flat on our face. And this is too important to let this happen. So however it needs to read, that would be my request of the board, that this is allowed to happen.
Thank you, Ms. Hill, and thank you for attending that meeting as well and getting all those comments. Is your mic down, Missy?
I was going to make just one.
Oh, that's fine. I just
thought.
wanted to make sure
Yes.
that I didn't overlook you.
I was going to say that because when you look at the levels, I mean, basically, I think there are 2 options. We can go back to the levels as they existed, with the exception of maybe taking out some of the language that we had agreed to on the student suspension as part of the DEO recommendations, removing conduct prejudicial to good order, et cetera. Or the other option is to put into those levels the levels that the principals have agreed upon, but not to start the implementation of the interventions. So, because it's a progressive document. First you have the leveled behaviors, and then it tells you what are the different interventions that we're going to try. So we could put in just the leveled behaviors that we're all on the same page about, and I think that would be a step 1, and then that will maybe be less of a phase in for when we put the interventions in place. And then the schools who are ready to implement those interventions could be our place where we're trying it out and giving us feedback so that we know if we need to make some adjustments. That's just a suggestion. The other comment is that we currently have a timeline that's kind of like a clock ticking for me, that we're providing feedback to the DEO. So some of those expectations we might not meet. So there's probably some, and you all voted on those timelines, so I would just request that you think about, do we need to make some adjustments to some of those if we're going to expand that timeline a little bit. So that's just my other thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Missy. And let me ask you, I know that you said there are trainings going on every day. So could you send out a list of those dates or trainings or times or whatever, and then if board members wanted to come and learn more about it and sit through a training, they could do that, but they would need to let you know so that 2 board members don't show up at the same training, or we sunshine at one or the other. Because there may be some board members that would like to go ahead and get that training and understand as well. Is that possible?
Yes, and I actually have the list with the schools that are attending, so that maybe if you wanted to attend with one of your schools.
Okay. Well, if you don't mind, let's send that out. Okay. Thoughts from board members, because we've still got grants and we've still got, we've still got grants and something else here, and contracts and regular agenda items. So, Ms. Fugit, do you want to take a short break?
I was just going to say, let's take a short, we don't have to take a short break. What I'm going to suggest is, why don't we let anybody who has a question about anything bring up the item they have a question about, rather than, because I'm not sure if that would speed that along. That's
Right.
just a suggestion.
Okay. Okay, well, I was going to already do that. Thank you. I was going to take number 9, grants, as a whole. And then if there's any questions that you all have, then, and Ms. Horn has one. Go ahead, Ms. Horn.
I'm so sorry, but this is kind of a lot of money, so I just have a couple of questions. What is our increase in CTE funding this year, Dr. Reiswick? Do you know, or what are the major changes? I love the teacher externships, by the way. I think that's awesome.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, this really, Perkins money is the majority of our CTE funding for, there's equipment, there are, as you mentioned, externships, those sorts of things. So there's really not a whole lot. The externship and working on the post-secondary is another focus that is important for us this year. But I don't think there's anything that's very different than what we've done in the past. It's mainly just our our funding for the CTE portion. There's still some general purpose money for positions that we use, but this pretty much supports the programming in the schools.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, back up. You know what, we skipped in OMP. I was trying to get y'all out of here. So was there any discussion on back up to board policies in OMP? Ms. Owen?
I think those are all sort of part of the same
Right.
umbrella.
Well, I
So
just wanted to make
I think
sure.
we've addressed those.
Okay,
And I think our record is around 5 hours, so let's keep going.
let's keep going. Okay, I'll do the will of the board. I am a teacher, so I can go a long time. So under grants, we had the question from Ms. Horn. Are there any other, Ms. Dethridge?
Yeah, I just want to ask Dr. Roswick, is this all new initiatives, or is this some initiatives that's ongoing in the CTE?
It's most of it's ongoing. Again, that's the majority of the budget for the programming that we have. As Ms. Horn pointed out, the externships is kind of a new. We've done things like that, but it's a new focus. The state is moving more to post-secondary opportunities in both career and everything's not just college, also career areas, and so that's kind of a newer initiative to focus in that area. Even though we kind of always have worked for those kinds of things. So, but other than that, it's pretty similar to the past.
Okay, because I know there's some ongoing things that we have, and I don't see it on here, and we'll talk about that later.
Okay. Then we'll move on to contracts, and we have only 3. Are there any questions about any of the contracts that are listed here? Okay, we'll move into regular agenda items, and the first one, A, has already been done, so let's move down to B. That takes one off. Any questions about that? Okay, C, discussion about the annual calendar for the Board of Education. Okay, Mrs. Coatney has given me advice to point out that the August meetings would be the first week in August, and going forward after that, the calendar reflects that they would be moved to the second week of each month going forward, and all of those will be held right at the City County building going forward, rather than splitting our meetings between the Board of Education and the City County building. So, okay. Ms. Roundtree? August would be the first week of the month. It would not reflect the, and then it'll start in September with the second Monday and second Wednesday at the City County building. Ms. Roundtree?
I was just going to point out too about the retreat is slated for Friday, August 11th, so folks saw that as well.
Yes. I'm moving to a one-day gathering instead of spreading it over 2 days. For efficiency purposes, what?
I said we're on to our last item.
Oh.
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
I added one.
Okay, then if there's no other questions about the calendar, then we'll move to item D.
I would just, can
Ms.
someone give?
Ms. Roundtree?
Can
Ms.
anyone-
Roundtree can address this, and
I don't know how much I can address. I didn't know if Dr. Reiswick or Dr. Davis, I just had brought to the superintendent, concerns about the solar eclipse. It's a big deal. I have heard from teachers that are planning to use their personal day to experience this. My husband's very excited. It's his birthday, so so I've heard a lot about it. So I approached him about what could we maybe look at schedule-wise, and so there were some plans to adjust the calendar. So I don't know, whoever can address this as quickly as possible.
he's looking at Superintendent Thomas. Superintendent Thomas.
And thank you, Superintendent, for checking into it.
Yes, you're welcome. Madam Chair, members of the board, as Amber was saying, we had a conversation a while back about the eclipse, and we did some checking. There's several other districts that are closing for the day. It sort of centers around responsibility issues with safety and things of that nature because it occurs at the right around the dismissal time. And I think it was first day of full day kindergarten, I think, in the dismissal, so it's going to occur during that time. We've made provisions to have glasses for students, but there's also, in terms of administering the dismissal, the responsibility, I guess, if students don't wear the glasses or they don't do what they were asked to do. And so we checked with the Commissioner of Education, and she did approve us if we wish to dismiss us using an inclement weather day for a day of dismissal. The other issue was the number of people, and I don't know if Kelly's been able to lock this down or not, but we've had several people who've expressed interest that they're taking off, and I don't know that we were going to have coverage with substitutes. So that's kind of in a nutshell, where it lies, and so put it on the board agenda for discussion.
Okay, Ms. Fugit, then Ms.
Thank you.
Horn, and then Ms. Roundtree.
So is the recommendation of the superintendent that we cancel school that day?
Yes, we would cancel school for a full day rather than a half a day would be.
Because I'm just thinking, I'm so old, back when the eclipse, it was a school day and it was a science lesson and it was a whole big deal and it was a great teaching opportunity. It's a shame that now, rather than using that day as a great teaching opportunity about science, we need to cancel school because of safety concerns. It's just the way the world has changed. But if that's your recommendation, you're the superintendent, that's what we pay you for. So I'll support it.
Okay, I think Ms. Horn was next.
Thank you. I have heard from teachers who, same thing, this is a big deal, and I think we should encourage parents to spend that time with their children. And, well, you've got time, right? You've got a month before you can take a day off work. I mean, but anyway, I think that we would have several teachers who would be in support of that, and I would be concerned about the substitute issue.
May I ask a follow-up question to your point? If we're going to cancel school, I think it would be a great idea for science teachers to send home experiments, works, things that kids could do so that they would participate at the parents' and the child's discretion, not for a grade. I'm just thinking it's a way to encourage them to experience the solar eclipse.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Roundtree.
I think Ms. Berry, in the science department, head of the science department, they had a contest to design the glasses, and I know she's been really involved to get those type of materials together for folks to be able to use. And Shannon.
So I went to the district learning day on March 10th. I went to the science session, and they were working on lessons that were specifically around the solar eclipse, and they've been working with the Muse as well, who has also generated some lessons. They've got activities that the students can do at home or that they could have done in school if we were in school at the time. And the two sets of glasses were designed. It was a contest that was run, one in elementary and one in math, so the glasses were designed by our students, and they'll be given out for them all to be able to safely watch the eclipse.
So they will all get one anyway?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. We have Ms. Owen, but before we do, Ms. Horn, did you want to finish up on your comment?
Well, one comment, and this would be a question for the superintendent. We do have sports teams who have games scheduled in the evenings. What will be the decision on those games taking place in the evenings and that kind of thing?
Isn't it our policy if school is out, those activities are canceled too?
I think we have some discretion on that, if I remember that policy. And it would be after the eclipse, for the most part, has taken place probably, but go ahead.
Right, I was just going to say, I think we've left it up to the discretion of the principals in situations like that. So at that particular day, I'm not sure what kind of sporting, surely we have something going on, volleyball, okay. So in football practice and things of that nature, I guess.
We probably do need to look into that and come up with something comprehensive. Okay, Ms. Owen, in the interest of time.
Follows up with that. There are some teachers who have talked about having a field trip on that day to go to a part of the state where viewing would be better. Is that something that may be allowed, or would that be too close for them to be able to put that together in time?
I guess it would.
Maybe something to think about.
I'm not sure how we can please everybody with this decision, but In terms of the field trips, I don't know, we need to look at that. I'm probably, my initial thought is that we don't have field trips on that day if we're going to call it an inclement weather day. But then again, you've got athletic practice, we're going to allow that, but we're not going to allow a field trip. So let us look at that and see, we can come back with what we would suggest for that.
Ms. Coatney did bring up that there is an item on the consent that involves Fulton High School going to the mountains that day for that express purpose. So we need to maybe rethink that. We can start with the basic, whether we're going to be on. Okay, Ms. Datsford.
I'm just going to say that I agree. I agree with whatever you decide, but when you make a general statement that this is a great opportunity for our students, then just realize our students don't have the same support, and somebody's going to miss out on it. So I appreciate what you said about science teachers encouraging, but some kids are just not going to be able to benefit from it if they stay at home all day.
Thank you. And I will say thank you to Superintendent Thomas for working with Commissioner McQueen to even be able to vote on this and to do this. I think when Ms. Roundtree in our initial discussions with the superintendent, when she brought it to his attention, she was looking at it from a primary teacher, and I myself could identify with that. There's so many problems that surround this at the primary level, and I would not want to be out, because I've lived that with staggered days where I'm dismissing 5 children out of my class each day, and all of a sudden you've got 200 5-year-olds that have never gone through a full dismissal with their classes. So you've got all those children out there trying to listen for their cars, trying to get their glasses on, teachers trying to put their glasses on. Some yahoo says, look at the sun, the kid takes his glasses off, he looks up. I mean, to me, as a primary teacher, there were so many dangers surrounding that. Not to add to Ms. Drummond's, the substitute crisis that we're still dealing with, and how many substitutes we were going to have, and how it would be fair to grant some personal leave and not some personal leave. If you have 5 teachers that all want that personal leave, who gets to go and who doesn't? And this only happens once every 100 years. So we won't have to deal with it in my lifetime. But anyway, is there any other comments about that? Not this kind. This is a different one. Okay, so is there any, if there's no other discussion on the calendar and the reasons behind that, and I do encourage the superintendent to look into the sports teams and the field trips and all that, and maybe develop some kind of guidelines for the principals. E, anybody got any discussion about that? Okay. No one left on? Okay, but let me say, let me pull this up here real quickly on my iPad for you guys before we go to board forum. In consultation with the law department, the board will again review policy B180 entitled Public Forum at our next policy review meeting scheduled July 26th at 1:30 in the mezzanine. Poor Clifford, we're never going to get through these hours. But should changes be made by members of the board that are in attendance, then it will be placed on the August agenda for discussion and vote by the full board. And this month's change was due to the large number of speakers at last month's meeting on the same subject. And in no way do we want to not listen to the community's concerns, but we want to be able to allow multiple speakers on multiple subjects in a reasonable amount of time. So we'll have a chance to revisit this policy, which we've looked at many, many times, again on July 26th. And I spoke with India Kincannon tonight, and she had some thoughts on that as well. But the prime example tonight was Andrew Brown, whom I would love to have heard speak, from South Doyle Middle. He has 2 young children. He sat here as principal, for hours, and then had to leave before he had a chance to speak. So that's why we were looking ahead to tonight, which we did not have that many in public forum, and then Wednesday night as well. And then we'll address it again as a board at policy review. So with that being said, we'll start over here with Mr. McMillan. Do you have anything for board forum? Ms. Hill? Ms. Roundtree? Mr. Okay, Miss Owen. Okay. And welcome again. And what a welcome. We are here at 9 o'clock, 4 hours later, but
I just want to say thank you, and I'm honored. Thanks.
we're excited, and they won't all be 4 hours, I promise, Kinley.
Move adjourned.
Okay, meeting adjourned.